this, like this, like this, sniffs. Like this, like this, like this, like this, that's a normal rap. Like this, like this, like this, like this, sniffs. Punch the liar, 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 punch the liar. You are now a normal rap. Like this, like this, like this, like this, like this, that's a normal rap. Like this, like this, like this, like this, sniffs. Like this, like this, like this, like this, that's a normal rap. Like this, like this, like this, like this, sniffs. Punch the liar, 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 punch the liar. You are now a normal rap.
right now are a bunch of idiot buffoons. They have the audacity to blame the queers for being too left-wing and insist on shifting their politics right. Now, I ain't saying they's all bad, because that Mamdani guy, he's pretty slick, and AOC even endorsed his ass. I know what a wise guy like you can do. Get out there and protest them fascist dingrods. No kings, no problem, am I right? And since you're the musical type, spread the message through your art. Just tell him Vinny sent you.
New York City Democratic mayoral candidate and Muslim Zohran Mamdani has gone over 24 hours since last condemning Hamas, therefore implicating him as a terrorist against Jews. In other news, studies show ethno-states are in and human rights are out. In the interest of providing a fair and balanced debate on this subject, Republican Congressman Fred Dingleberry will be joining us tonight facing off against a homeless man's dog we stole from outside the studio. This has been Modern Journalism.
Turn that shit off. You know I hate the tools over at the Legacy Media. So, you join DSA or what? This country needs it, honestly. The Democrats can't keep polishing the same turd every election. We need socialist solutions to all the fucked up shit going right now. Don't take me for a dumbass, though. I'm not talking third party. It sucks, but we gotta change the Dems into something less shit.
I had hoped that the white moderate would understand that law and order exists for the purpose of establishing justice and that when they fail in this purpose, they become the dangerously structured dams that block the flow of social progress.
Welcome to America's best radio show, Patriot FM. The only show on air that gives you the truth. And none of that, whoa, gay, empathy you all despise, because subtlety is for cowards.
OMG, I am so homosexual.
You're listening to the most degenerate music by Jays, Doug, whatever. Bet this idiot can't even define what a woman is. I should call her.
That's what I'm talking about. First time singing the song, it's from Riverboat Jack. Shout out. I don't know what I'm doing really, but I got passion. That's what it's about. It's all about passion.
Hello, 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 everybody. How are we doing? Yeah, it's been a while since I did the short hair thing, but it's time. It's hot outside. It's 80 degrees inside the studio right now. I'm boiling alive, so I went with a shorter look. Is this going to take the usual 5 hours, or is it going to be shorter? It's going to take how long it takes. I'm tired. Oh, retro Mary VT, understandable. Hello, Archangel Dakab. Hello, Big Jerry. Hello, Spancom Cat. Hello, Uncle Simric. And I did not work out today because my elliptical is broken, and apparently the routine maintenance is not going to fix it. But new parts are on the way, and it's under warranty, so they'll come and fix it later. Hello, T-Lafe. I also drank 2 monsters. Hello, Tyrion Rogue. Thank you all for the compliments. I really appreciate it. Carver E. Bane.
Hey,
Thank
Jack.
you.
Love the hair.
Thank you for the $10 super chat. Let's go, folks. And my offer from last time still stands. If we hit 300 subs, we'll watch the Stephen Colbert. Jack. Thank you, Story the Bard. Appreciate you. We are currently at 188, so if you guys get 112 more subs, we will cover the public access.
I love it.
We'll cover the public access Stephen Colbert. Late Bloomer Mad Grandma, thank you for the subscribing over on Twitch. What is this story? Let's take a look at it.
Go, Piper! Go, baby, go! 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 Woo! Stop! Baby's Piper! Baby, you won!
And now Piper's at Papa Giuseppe's kitchen.
No! It didn't, I tried really hard to not... No! You're seeing too much. You're seeing too many chats. Only I can handle that many chats. If you guys gaze upon it, it will break your mind. Alright.
Go, Piper! Go, baby, go! 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 Woo! Stop! Baby's Piper! Baby, you won!
And now Piper's at Papa Giuseppe's kitchen. Because she knows the real reward isn't the finish line. It's the food. Fresh pasta. Crispy pincer, worth running past the win for. If you're in Edmonton and still haven't been, when...
Goddamn Papa Giuseppe. Fucking pulling another one over on us. Hello, yes, I do live in a world of eternal tabs. Nice wallpaper, thank you. It's a Shadow of the Colossus art piece that I have. I need to get it hung up. I don't know if I'll hang it up down here, though. Maybe. We'll find out. I am, however, going to hang up some of the art that I have down here. I promise. I need to do it soon. All right? These ads are great. Always the bait and switch, right? All right, folks. How you doing? Jack's tabs aren't that many. You say that, but that's only because I organize them into groups. Hello, Latzia, hello! Tatum Courtney, hello! May Fanny Longlegs, hello, Comrade Girl 2018, hello, Blake Gunnels, hello, Murph, hello, Crochet Whimsy, hello, Phantom Alucard, hello, Micah, hello, a raccoon named Spanky, hello, T-Lave, hello, Blueberry Bumblebees, hello, Sweet and Sour Serena, hello, Burning Sock, hello, how we doing, folks? How we doing? Hello, Megan H. Hello, Sage. Hello, Tyrion Rogue. Hello, one and all. Hello, Shay. Hello, Nocturnal 8999. Hello, Jolly Chloe. Hello! How we doing, Cyberwolf 1013? Hello, the Rust Bard. Hello! So many great friendos today. Hello, 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 Double Chinsey. Hello, Jeff Thomas. Hello, Rob Adler. Hello, Brassman. Hello, Jackie. Hello, Inquisitor VDM. Hello, Mabs Alicorn. Hello, Kelsey5 Alive. Hello, Evelyn M. Hello, how we doing, Mark Rowe? Hello, Zolta. Hello, Retro Mary VT. Hello, Insolent JDLC. I'm gonna sneeze. Hello, Webmage 101. Hello, Sheepish T-Rex. Hello, Elaine Malachite. Hello, Quiet Kitsune. Hello. Hello, the Stegocephalian. Hello, Rhyme Jack. Hello, Cute Dark Arts. Hello, Bisbee. Hello, Jenny. Hello, Kiva Indefer. Hello, Feistiest Bard. Hello, Vax Baxman. Hello, Chicky Puffs. Hello, everybody. Hi. And now I get to Riverboat chat. Hello, Tired and Trans. Hello, Morphing Faces. Is your hair cut? It's cut. Hello, Cliff. Hello, Story the Bard. Hello, Forlorn79. Hello, Snogan. Hello, Jazz Dog, the jazziest dog we know. Hello, Nethercat. Hello, Hammock. Hello, Hit the Mat. Hello, Eddie666. Hello, Aquatic Shrimp. Hello, M. Dizzy. Hello, Methatiahu. Ah, yes, finally. More chatters emerging from their urinals to shame mankind. Hello, Salty Turtle Cupcake. Hello, Default X. Hello, how we doing, folks? How we doing? Hello, Abyssal Liss. Hello, Sparrow in the Snow. Hello, you wonderful, wonderful folks. Hello, Dope Ragu. Hello, Nathan Yu. Hello. And folks, just a reminder, if you are in the vertical chat, there is also a horizontal chat you can join that isn't oriented for vertical viewing. Let's see. Hello, Bree Dragonis. Hello, everybody. Hello, hello. Hello, Noah's Farm. Hello, one and all. All right. Recently chopped my hair real short and made me realize I needed to add a pronoun. I am really happy with how this haircut turned out. I know folks have been getting used to it being long, but I really needed it to be shorter again. It's just too hot. Just too hot. Also, my boobs look great today. Not a planned outcome, but you know what? They look fucking amazing. All right. It's a good haircut. Thank you. All right. Now, as per usual, I think it's just a nice way to start stream. I wanted to present to you guys a couple of the things that I have found recently that I thought were just really neat and cool. And I thought maybe you guys would also think that they're neat and cool and maybe enjoy them as well. You know, let's just take a quick look here. Yeah. Here it is. Where is it? Do 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 do. No, it wasn't that. Yes, it was this. There we go. Where is this? Yeah. Okay. I want this. Where'd it go? I know. This is very fun watching me Google like crazy. Where is it? Yeah. Okay. Cool. Let's underwhelming. I thought I had something more to show you. All right. Whatever. It's fine. Yo, balls deep.
BTW, have you heard about that 200K Lego collection theft by a Corpu case in Utah?
No.
Supposedly the CEO is Mormon and has connects with police, getting the YouTubers covering it arrested. One guy even fled to Mexico.
What? So, just to make sure I have the details right, the CEO of a corporation stole $200,000 worth of Lego. I'm confused at how that works. I'll have to look into that.
Does this count as hair down without sub goal?
I know. What am I gonna do? What am I gonna do without the hair down sub goal? All right, whatever. But Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. And I guess this isn't like a trailer or anything, but I just think it's neat. There's a new Witcher expansion coming out next year. Like, that's cool as hell. Why? Because fuck you. That's why. Because fuck you. They invested $1 bajillion into The Witcher 3, and now, by God, they will have another expansion. What? Yeah, they announced it. Witcher 3 Wild Hunt Songs of the Past. It's a new expansion to The Witcher 3. Because why? Because fuck you. There's not really a whole lot known about it at the moment. But yeah, it's coming out on PC, Xbox, PlayStation 5, and it's being developed in alongside Fool's Theory, which is a developer consisting of a lot of Witcher 3 alums. And yeah, they haven't said fully what else, like what's in the expansion, what it's going to be about. But we do have this pretty cool piece of art here, which is neat. That's cool. I like it. And I just think look, as with most of these things that I like to start out the stream with, I just think it's neat. I just think it's cool and I like it. Okay, so Archangel, the story is a guy wanted to sell his Lego collection for $200,000 through a company, and the company sold his collection but hasn't paid him and looks like they won't. That's pretty bullshit. That's pretty bullshit. Let's see. Also, you guys ready to jump into one of my, like, another unexpected announcement, by the way, all right? So I don't know how many of you are elder gamers. I don't know how many of you have like just not like been in gaming, but like haven't like paid attention to like developers or whatever. Back in the day, there was a pretty major developer called Acclaim. Went out of business in 2004. Well, apparently someone came around and bought the rights to Acclaim and all of its intellectual property, and is aiming to resurrect Acclaim as a game developer. And they have their first title announced a few days ago, and I wanted to share it with you guys because I thought it looked neat. looks adorable. Like, that looks cool as hell. That looks like a tight, impeccably aesthetic platformer. No notes. Well done. Well done, Acclaim. Very cool. Game looks promising, right? First console I played on, that was the newest at the time, Super NES.
Mina releases and
Yes.
Jack's not covering it.
I can't. I'm busy on Friday, but I am going to be playing it on Saturday. Saturday, I'm going to be playing Mina the Hollower on stream, and none of you can stop me, all right? None of you can stop me. The only thing that can stop me is breaking news, and I will remain strong. It has to be very breaking. I'm here to stop you. Not today, Princess Mouse. It'll have to be on Saturday. It's out today? I thought it was coming out on Friday. Well, I will be playing it maybe tomorrow? Depending? On my calendar, I have it set for Saturday. Boo. I can't do it today. Oh, it's not out on Steam? Okay. I'm getting conflicting reports here on the breaking news. Tomorrow, Sag? Okay. Alright. We've been fed some alternative facts. Let the joy flow through you. Okay. Alright. I was about to panic because if that happened today, that means a lot of other things happened today, and I was not on the ball for them. Okay. Also, one last cool thing I wanted to share with you guys. I know a lot of you guys love when I cover analog horror, and this seems kind of like something that would be up your alley if you enjoy analog horror. It's a cool animated series called Crawlers. And basically, imagine if you combined Dark Souls with PlayStation 1 aesthetics, and it had characters that actually said dialogue. It's so cool looking.
If you can talk, then speak your name. Gregor Lindworm. Lord Gregor Lindworm. Now, who are you? And for what reason have I been released?
It looks so good. It looks so fucking good. God. Yeah. Crawlers. It's a animated series by Evan Royalty. Or rather, Evan Royalty is the channel name. Actual series is by Evan Muir and Joseph Anthony Ordendane.
My
There we
only
go.
problem with analog horror is that it makes it seem like digital horror directly came from it, instead of branching the genre.
It's true. Like, I do think we call a lot of things analog horror that are absolutely not analog anymore. Like, it's kind of like when we started using rogue or roguelike, and it's like the games we describe as roguelike now are not like Rogue anymore. But also, I see what you did there, Sake. I see what you did there. God. All right. Now I want to see, well, there's your problem, digging into worlds like Dark Souls and going into detail why they're shit shows. Well, I mean, if you wanted that, you could just check out Hawkshaw or, like, you know, VaatiVidya is, like, the big one.
That's more of a linguistic and cultural thing than a genre thing, though.
That's true. Also, Sake, thank you for the 7 gifted tier 1 subs. Getting us into the 200s here. All right, you guys ready to jump into... Oh, by the way, if you guys ever want just like one of the coolest deep dives into Dark Souls, check out Hawkshaw's videos on the Grand Conspiracy Against the Gods. It's a really fucking cool side story that he pieces together that you may have missed from the original Dark Souls. Very cool stuff.
Also, digital horror could be a subgenre of body horror where hands get mangled.
As you say that, it also reminds me that horses run around on their fingies, and I don't like that. I don't like that. Horses already are digital horror. Also, Sake, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. And let's dive into it. Okay, so to tell you guys where we're going with today's show, have I watched... Tarnished Archaeologist is one of my all-time favorite channels. If you are into, like, well, there's your problem, but you want it for, like, Dark Souls and Elden Ring, Tarnished Archaeologist, like, takes real-world archaeology skills and applies them to Elden Ring in a way that's very fascinating. Very, very fascinating. Very cool stuff. I wish Tarnished Archaeologist would upload more. But this is just me, right? Like, if I won the lottery, I wouldn't tell anyone, but there would be signs, and it would be Tarnished Archaeologist doing a massive number of uploads. All right. So today's show, we are going to be talking about Markwayne Mullin and his absolutely god-awful plan to punish sanctuary cities that is the equivalent of shooting America's economy in the dick for no reason. And then we're going to be talking about the democratic civil war that is raging right now. We're going to be talking about kind of what I see as a shift in the wind in the current milieu of politics, which I in a positive direction. It's good news. It's not bad news. I know a lot of people here are feeling very bad about things that are happening, but it's good news, actually.
If it makes you feel any better, elephants basically walk in solid high heels all day. They evolved fat heels because of that.
So that's why elephants are so sexy. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. It doesn't make me feel better, but it does make me feel some solidarity. We're also going to be talking about, after we talk about the Democratic Civil War, we're going to spare a little bit to talk about how Tim Pool's gang is shitting their pants over AOC and the left. We're also going to be talking about the forever wars that Trump is dangling in front of us with the prospect of things getting worse. We're going to be talking about, you know what? We're going to be talking about a mystery content creator that one person asked me to cover in my comments, and I will oblige that one person on my own personal whim. All right. And we're also going to be talking about ICE. We're going to be talking about Hassan. And yeah, if we get through all of that, we might finish our Jillian Michaels coverage. All right. Let's see. Big Rackle, thank you for the $2 super chat. Elephant and Hippo Sweat is pink. That's because it tastes like pink lemonade. You have to get real close to the hippo to taste it, though. All right. You guys ready to jump into this? Nocturnal 8999. Thank you for the gifted membership. I'm not getting anywhere near a hippo. That's how we separate the survival chatters from the non-survival chatters. Ready, boss? All right. Looks like some people are in a learning mood. Shall we begin? But before we get too deep, I want to remind you all, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, share the stream around. You guys help make this show possible. And also, you're the ones who get the word out about it. If you want the show to get bigger, you gotta share it, gotta like it, gotta caress it. I don't know. I'm not gonna judge you. All right. Thank you, Beakers Squeakers. You gonna learn today. All right, chat. Here we go. So, folks, we have to talk about the fact that Markwayne Mullin is, there's no kind way of saying this, a big dumb idiot. And the problem with that is that there's nothing wrong with being a big dumb idiot all on its own, but it does become a problem when you're a big dumb idiot in charge of a lot of very powerful governmental mechanisms. And he has been elevated into that position. He is the new Homeland Security Secretary, and he's been cooking up a new plan. And I haven't really talked a whole lot about this because, frankly, when I first heard that this was being openly considered, I thought to myself, this is really stupid. There's no possible way they could ever, like, implement this, because it's so clearly a bad idea that someone somewhere will stop it. And that has not happened. So here we are. We're talking about it. And yeah, essentially, here's what the plan is. Mullin drawing up plans to halt international flight processing in sanctuary cities. So if that gives you a moment of pause to think to yourselves, hey, wait a minute. What is that? What does it mean to end processing of international flights in left-leaning cities? Well, what it means is, essentially, international travel would not be allowed into any left-leaning city. And he's saying he can do this on the basis of his position as Homeland Security Secretary. And let's just, I'm going to play this clip of him real quick, and you guys can listen to him talk about it, all right? He thinks this is a brilliant way to punish cities that are sanctuary cities and are opposing ICE.
Especially the fact that local law enforcement wouldn't respond. And so I visited with the White House today, Sean, And I said, if they're going to not allow us to go out and arrest the worst of the worst, and then when we call for assistance at the facilities, that the street, it belongs to the city. If it belonged to us, we would take care of it, but it belongs to the city, and they're barricading our employees from coming in and out of the facility, then why are we processing international flights into the airport there? And we are currently, which we're not initiating yet, but we're currently drawing up plans to say, listen, in these sanctuary cities, where the local radical left Democrats aren't allowing us to do our job and enforce federal laws, then we shouldn't be processing international flights into their cities either, because they don't want us to enforce immigration, but they want us to process immigration at their facilities. Nothing about that makes sense to me.
Now, if you are thinking to yourselves, wait, this just sounds like blatant like retaliation. This just sounds like you're big mad about how like democratic cities are responding to ICE and like CBP, and like you're just trying to get revenge by shutting down international travel to those places, which I also want to note are some of the most traveled international spots. Now, I also want to note that when this happens, they don't just divert flights. If this were to actually be put in place, flights would just simply be canceled. They just would cease to exist. And this would be something that would affect Democrats, Republicans. It would affect the entire country. It would affect huge swaths of the economy. And not just in like Democratic states, it would affect the economy in red states too. This is, again, I said at the beginning of the show, this is the equivalent of just shooting yourself in the dick as an economy for no reason. Right? Yeah, business trips will take this well indeed. Here is what Aaron Reichlin Melnick said. He's a senior fellow at the American Immigration Council. He said, this plan is actively insane. Airlines cannot divert large numbers of international flights from one city to another. They just have to cancel flights en masse, causing enormous economic damage that splashed way beyond a few big cities that were the target. And one of a former Obama administration official said that like this has to have enough like substance to it that Mullen is willing to go in front of cameras to talk about it. But like the ramifications of this would be immense. Like, not only does this not affect immigration policy or anything to do with ICE, it just causes economic damage. It again, it is quite literally the equivalent here of just not even accidentally, on purpose shooting yourself in the dick. But on a national scale. Why? Why would we do this? But again, there's no one in the Trump administration right now, in the cabinet or otherwise, who's willing to say no. You know, the scuttlebutt is that, you know, J.D. Vance is kind of on the outs right now, with Marco Rubio ascending in the eyes of Trump because Tulsi Gabbard left. And Tulsi Gabbard was one of the few people who was like, you know, at least somewhat voicing non-interventionist in foreign affairs terms. And, you know, she lost out on the Iran conversation and now she's gone. Markwayne Mullins is not going to get any pushback from this idea until it becomes even more catastrophic. Like, this is... Yeah, let it happen before the World Cup. Exactly. Like, the idea that this is a good idea just under normal circumstances is asinine. But the reality is, if they do this, like, hotels are already saying nobody's booking for the World Cup. They're already saying no one's booking. They're already saying like there is a colossal crisis, like the economic bump from the World Cup hasn't materialized. It's a huge problem. And like the reality here is this is exponentially worse. Yet to own the libs, all of this is to own the libs. And yet I cannot stress enough, this will cripple red states. Like, if you're trying to attack sanctuary cities, hey guys, where are most international airports in America? Just in case you guys have any questions on that, where do you guys think most international airports are in America? They're in blue cities. They're in blue cities. And those blue cities, a lot of them are sanctuary cities. Like, if you are sitting there saying, oh, we have to end international travel to blue cities, good luck. Good luck having a functional city. Good luck having a functional state. You're just murdering your taxation base for any kind of budget for no reason. So, I don't know. Look, there is nothing about this that makes sense. It does not solve the problem he's trying to say it solves, which is, I want to stress, blue cities aren't being nice enough to ICE agents. Oh, boo-hoo. Boo-hoo, the poor ICE agents. Why, I bet they're gonna get coal for Christmas, and then Markwayne Mullins is gonna have a go at Santa Claus. A boo-hoo. Like, it's just insanity. There is no reason the entire country has to be a victim to this insanity. But, no one seems to be stepping up to the plate to stop it, so, you know, we'll see if, America kills the World Cup. I'm sure that will make us a lot of international friends. If we just shut down international travel into America for the World Cup. People will love us. People love it when massive sporting events get canceled. Famously, people love it when, like, the Super Bowl has to be moved. You know? People loved it when the World Series got rained out. Oh yeah, you know what people love in America? Building massive stadiums and then doing nothing in them.
Screw
God.
ICE. Hunger strikes are happening in multiple detention centers and Mullen is crying about us cussing them out.
Oh yeah, no, like, of course. Because every conservative is the biggest fucking crybaby on the planet. Especially conservatives with political power. You would think that the more political power conservatives get, the less crying they would do. But no, they use the power to amplify their crying. It's like giving a baby a megaphone. It's awful. The most single-mindedly victim-brained group in America. Anyway, if you got anything out of this, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and leave a comment. Let me know what you think about Markwayne Mullins' plan. Do you think it's a gunshot to the balls? Do you think it's brilliant? Let me know in the comments. And also,
you expected concrete, well-thought-out policy from a man whose parents had two choices for his name, Mark and Wayne, and were stuck mulling it over.
Yeah, also, can we just talk about real quick? I was about to end, but you just reminded me. Yeah, this is an actual story from 2023. I intended to cover it earlier this year, because he was getting confirmed to Homeland Security Secretary. Former GOP House member's wife said Senator Markwayne Mullin put his finger in the noses of sleeping members of Congress and their spouses on a trip to Israel, which is maybe one of the most insane headlines I've ever seen in my life. This guy is deeply weird and very stupid. Okay? Like, if you're wondering, hey, how did this guy have the idea to just shut down international travel to, like, major travel hubs? I don't know. He's the kind of guy who picks other people's noses as an adult man in Congress. It just absolutely insane. Yeah, Cappy Trot. Where are they formulating these names? Cappy Trott. Kappy space Trott. Actual name. The wife of former Representative David Trott described the story to Politico on Friday. She said the event occurred amidst a trip to Israel in 2015 with the American Israel Public Affairs Committee. Yeah, that's right. This happened with AIPAC on an AIPAC-sponsored trip, alongside nearly 40 members of Congress and some of their spouses. Once the group landed in Israel, following a laborious travel schedule, she told the publication they immediately jumped onto buses headed for a kibbutz for a demonstration of the country's Iron Dome defense system. Exhausted already, she said, many of the spouses of the U.S. legislators on the trip took the bus ride as an opportunity to catch up on sleep. Mullen, then a member of the House at the time, reportedly had other plans. Trott said she and her husband personally witnessed the Oklahoma legislator walk up and down the bus and stick his finger in the noses of several dozed-off passengers. Quote, this idiot starts walking up and down the bus with his camera, and anyone who fell asleep, he would put his finger in their nose and take a picture, she said. What an insane sack of shit. Anyway, that's our current Homeland Security director, folks. Great stuff from Mark Wayne Mullen. Yeah, leave a comment. Do you think it's appropriate to pick the noses of members of Congress? Give me a pros and cons list in the comments. And also, get organized, folks. Join your local Dems. Join your local DSA. All right? We need to make your local Dems more progressive and just more pro-working class. We need to make our DSAs more effective. Get out there. Get organized. Beat the nose pickers.
I wouldn't blame any women from leaving that family because they're too hot to trot.
Sake Tanuki with the zingers over here. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Very much appreciated. And yeah, last but not least, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, also tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. Check it out, ImogeneOlivia.com. It is comfy, it is sexy, and it's non-tucking lingerie. Go check it out. Link down in the doobly-doo. Let's keep on going.
List the top 5 members of Congress whose noses you would pick in the comments and why.
God, no. Don't do that. Stop it. But Paladin, thank you for the $10 dono. Very much appreciated. Let's see. Stand up. What? Do I need to stand up to assert dominance? God. It's so hot in this little room. Ugh. I'll be normal and look respectfully. Look, you can look a little disrespectfully. As a treat. Whew. It is funny to see like an endless deluge of transphobes coming in and seeing like the biggest titties they've seen today and think and see them all type, "That's a man," and it's just like, oh, okay, all right. Y'all can't use your eyes. It's fine. Outfit reveal real quick. It's just sweatpants and like a black like tank top. It's not a great outfit.
Not sure if you covered it, but did you see the Jennifer Welsh interview with Steyer? I can't believe I am supporting a billionaire.
I have not seen the Jennifer Welch interview with Tom Steyer, but I do think that it's quite interesting how some Democrats are converging on Becerra and how Tom Steyer is kind of being hung out to dry by establishment Dems, while establishment Dems simultaneously try and support Becerra through like a fucking scandal. It's crazy. All right. I bet they're sabotaging airports to target minorities like trans people to make sure they don't leave this country. No, that's not what they're doing. They're like trying to distract from the fact that they're horrifically unpopular by saying, we're going to punish blue cities. And like, they don't really understand what's going to happen. Anyone here happen to live in or around Tokyo, know an English school that's hiring? Get into contact with I was able to do this. Petricor Roma. Petricor Roma. God damn it. I had it last time. God. All right. Let's jump into our next much bigger segment, shall we? All right. Cool. Also, just as an update, you are at 224 subs. Meaning you guys only have 76 more subs to go for Stephen Colbert Public Access special. Let's go. Petricor. Thank you. Love the way your headphones look with the hair. Thank you, that one American. Also, squish. God, my tits are fucking huge. It's crazy. All right. Hey, Jack, I just want to let you know if anyone tries to say they can just tell your gender, they're a liar. It's true. Literally the only reason they ask me is because I have trans in my bio on YouTube. They can't read much, but they can read a couple letters strung together. What can I say? All right. Those kids in there sure would be mad if they could read.
Well, good evening, Mommy. I mean Jack Nika PLSA.
Thank you for subscribing, Zy Rose. And also, Archangel. Oh, Daddy. No, you look like a dude at first glance. Okay. I'll be sure to tell that to the hordes of adoring lesbian fans. Let's see here. Let's Speak English. It is a cute webcomic about being an English teacher in Japan. Oh, that is... I have heard about that one. I have heard that's cute.
If I have carriage preferences, and I'm not a fan of cabooses, does that make me transphobic?
You know what? If you look, all right? If you're a dieseler, I don't know. Are you team diesel? Are you team electrified? What kind of trains ally are you? That's my question. Which side are you on? Which side are you on? A steamer. Okay. All right, I can work with the steamer. Oh, Mommy. All right. Team D's or Team Nuts? Okay. What sort of train genitalia does Thomas the Tank Engine have? I do have to be honest, that is one of my favorite thought experiments to pull on folks who call into the line. It's one of my favorite fucking things to ask people who call in who are too high on their own farts, because it really rips them back down to the level of like, children intuitively grasp what gender is. Is it truly so far out of reach for you? You know? I don't know. I just... Why do you look like my brother? Your brother has, like, double D tits? That's crazy. Petrichoroma. There we go. I did it! I did it! I did it! Fuck all of you haters. I did it. Yes, it's true. I have a massively overdeveloped rack. I love, by the way, that all of these transphobes would just be busy furiously masturbating if I just called myself a femboy. If I just called myself a femboy, all of them would be 10,000% on board and, like, subscribed at the highest tier of a hypothetical OnlyFans. It's genuinely what they're upset about is that I'm a trans lady instead of just, like, a Nazi femboy. You know, that's their platonic ideal of a partner. It's cool that Jack has an international audience. I agree. All right. Let's get involved into the next one. A femboy with that chest? They don't care that doesn't make sense.
Jack to the chuds. Oh, these? My boobies? My massive fucking titties? My super stuffed milkies? My hunker bonker doinky boinkies? My fucking fabric stretching wind flapping gravity welling sex mounds.
Man, I really wish I had a boing sound on the soundboard.
Whoopsie.
My Orby Warbies. God. You know. You know.
Hey, you know what? You know when it's really fun to be railed animalistically by a man who loves you?
That's what a real heterosexual cis man sounds like, chat.
It's okay to like to feel being used on a carnal level. You want to feel like that man can't control himself because of this carnal, just unbridled attraction to you that he can't keep his hands off of you. I'm gonna look like a podling who's been fully drained.
Paladin, you missed one. Memory missiles.
Fuck. I am having too much fun today. I'm sorry. All right. Let's jump in. Why are there two chats? One's for the vertical chat, one's for the horizontal chat, and one's for riverboat.gg chat, and one's for the other chat. All right. Let's jump into it. Serious political analyst time, okay, folks? Let's do it. This is what I get for drinking too many monsters before I go live. So, folks, I wanted to talk about the fact that the Democratic Civil War is currently underway, and I think it is, in fact, somewhat heating up, as it were, right? And one of the reasons I say this is because there is, well, a kind of shift in the rhetoric that Democrats are deploying against Republicans. There's a shift in the policies Democrats are beginning to deploy against Republicans. And also, there is some explicit battle lines being drawn within the Democratic Party against what the establishment views as too far left, right? And I wanted to talk about this because I do think that there is some positive movement happening. And we need to talk about the fact that a lot of folks that are currently considered relatively normie libs. Many of you are familiar. I've referenced the meme Evelyn Normie Lib before. I should probably throw that up, okay? Evelyn Normie Lib. All right. Yeah, here we go. Right? You've got Evelyn Normie Lib, right? Retired teacher, voted for Buttigieg in 2020 because he reminds her of her grandson. Quote, "The blood of the tyrant shall water our fields." All right. And just like a sweet old grandma in Michigan standing in front of "In this house we believe" sign. Right. And I think that there are a lot of people right now in the Democratic base who, despite the fact that they are liberal, are extraordinarily angry. And that anger is going to manifest as political action, right? It's going to manifest as marches, as protests, as sit-ins, as, political action, both very visible, as well as action when it comes to attending meetings, speaking out at different gatherings of the local Democratic Party, for example. And that, in fact, does trickle up. It's part of why I advocate every single stream, every single video for you guys to get involved in your local Democrats, because you guys deserve to be in on that conversation too. The left deserves to be in that conversation as it happens, instead of an external force. And when we look at this, right, I see a change happening, right? And I wanted to reference this first because this is kind of what got my mind going on this train, which is this interaction between the official Democrats account on Twitter and Stephen Miller. Stephen Miller responds to a post from the Democrats saying, "Fired up, ready to go. It's time to take back Texas." And Stephen Miller says, "The Democrats made history in Texas by nominating their first transgender Senate candidate." And the Democrats account responds, "Shut up, you ugly fuck." Which, I gotta be honest, A+ response. A+ response. Well done. Good job. Okay? That's the kind of thing that should be deployed all the time, everywhere from Democrats. All right? And because the opportunity we had to deploy rhetoric like "they're weird" has kind of passed, right? I do still think there's a place to call them weird. Stephen Miller is certainly that. You just have to look at him for like 5 seconds on any kind of interview and he's weird as hell. But on top of that, you see this escalation of rhetoric on the right as well. Here, the right is just so desperate to bury any kind of challenge to conservative power that they're really throwing anything at the wall to see what sticks at this point, right? Here is the RNC chair, whose name is Joe Grutters. What a name. Fucking Grutters. And by the way, I do have to say, if I've ever seen a man that looks like his name was Grutters, it's this guy, all right? But listen to him talking about Tallarico here.
Because Tallarico is a creep, and he thinks he's a vegan. He thinks God is non-binary. He wants to mutilate children. He wants to put boys in girls' locker rooms. People are done with that. If you looked at the autopsy the Democrats put out, it's simple. All those things and the fact that they are openly supporting communists and socialists. People don't want the United States Senate. Certainly the voters in Texas don't want that. We think Paxton will win. We think it's a red seat. Hands down, we're not going to have any issues heading into November. We're happy with Paxton, and we're going to do everything we can to make sure he's successful.
Well, you touched
Also, just like, okay, the best attack you have on him is Tallarico, and that he's a vegan. Like, you literally have nothing. Like you've got nothing. Oh, he's a vegan and he wants to mutilate children. And I gotta be honest, anyone who watches Tallarico talk for like 2 seconds understands that no, he's not running as like a child mutilator. Like, that's not who he is or what he advocates for. Like, the idea that you can just fabricate whole cloth the idea of James Tallarico as a crazed, like, child chopper. Like, it just doesn't work. Like, he's just clearly not that. Now, of course, there are going to be some, like, raving lunatics on the right who are going to eat that up because they've been acclimated to the slop that they live in constantly. But to any, like, independent, they're going to be like, what the fuck? That's crazy. Anyway, I'm going to go vote for Tallarico, right? And it is quite clear to me that Republicans are panicking because James Tallarico has a good shot at potentially winning. Like, his numbers compared to Paxton are, I mean, it's heartening, to say the least. I'm not saying it's not going to be a contest. I'm not saying it's not going to take some organizing work, but I am going to say that Tallarico seems to have a pretty decent edge when it comes to these things. And I say that based on this polling. This is from late April, right? New poll, Tallarico leads both Cornyn and Paxton in Texas Senate general election. And you can take a look here. Tallarico actually did worse going up against Senator John Cornyn. He actually gains by going up against Ken Paxton. This is actually the better outcome. Like, Paxton winning the runoff was bad for Republicans. And they know that, which is why they are suddenly in a panic to attack Tallarico. And it is, I don't know. I find it interesting, of course, that this is happening. But it is also happening because very clearly Republicans are just openly evil in Texas, right? Like, just openly, like, rubbing their hands together while writing checks out to their biggest donors in Texas. And I say that because, again, you can just look at local Texas media. Here's the Texas Tribune. Governor Greg Abbott vetoes funding for federal summer lunch program for low-income children. Literally, Greg Abbott is over here starving children so he can give more money to his donors, right? Like, that's the political landscape for Republicans in Texas. And there's a not insignificant number of Texans who are fed up with this shit. Who are fed up with this, right? Like, Greg Abbott is over here, like, fucking over children, and Ken Paxton, meanwhile, is over here pardoning literal pedophiles. I mean, like, you are setting up Tallarico for such an incredible victory right here. It's insane. This is from a recent interview Tallarico did.
Ken Paxton, your opponent, has taken to calling you Tallafrico.
Well, I think if Ken Paxton is worried about freaks, he should stop giving Epstein-style sweetheart deals to pedophiles. You know, this is the guy who just released Adam Hoffman from jail, an admitted child rapist, after one of Ken Paxton's wealthy lawyer friends got involved in the case. Ken Paxton even kept him off the sex offender registry. Adam Hoffman was supposed to serve 25 years to life, but instead he served less than a month. As of this week, he's now back on our streets because of Ken Paxton's corruption. Ken Paxton is the most corrupt politician in America, and it is costing Texans. It's endangering our children, and it must end.
They would have unironically done better by talking about how he spends all his time making the Amico and how proud his mom is of him in his Cribs mansion.
I do love that only really makes sense to people who watch the H-Bomber Guy video, but you know what? Enough people did that in my audience that they understood it. They understood the reference, Sake. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. I understood that reference. Appreciate the support. But, like, you're setting up literally a guy who portrays himself like James Tallarico over here is essentially just like a guy who looks like the most milquetoast, good-natured man you could imagine. And he goes around talking about God's love, and you set him up to go against a guy who literally just pardoned a pedophile. It's crazy.
Hop off. I should get a good night's sleep before using my frontal lobe again. Jolly night you all. Stay well and merry. And always remember, we keep each other safe.
Hell yeah, Joanne, Giovanna, thank you very much for the $10 super chat. Get good sleep. Appreciate you. So yeah, essentially here, you have Tallarico just being set up to look like genuinely the best guy in this race. You are setting him up to do spike shots on a man who is arm in arm being linked with Epstein reasonably. And that's, I mean, frankly, if you thought you were going to marshal anyone outside the Republican Party to vote for Ken Paxton, this clip alone kills any chances of that, right? So, all of that to say, right? We have this massive rumblings going on around the country. And we have folks who are relatively considered, not that big of a threat to establishment Democrats. They're out there throwing some pretty hard-hitting punches. Telling Stephen Miller to go fuck himself. Calling their Republican political opponents Epstein defenders. Reasonably, right? Meanwhile, you have the President of the United States basically echoing the rhetoric from Radio Genocide Rwanda in like his normal cabinet meetings.
They're all crooks. The Somalians, what they've done to Minnesota, the Somalians, they're crooked as hell. Ilhan Omar, crooked as hell. They're all crooks. And we got them. Now we're putting the clamps on, but boy, I tell you, that's an impressive group of guys that you have behind you. I was watching that, and a couple of very strong women too. But
can we just take a moment? This is the current leader of the entire Republican Party, and he looks like a stiff breeze would knock him over. He looks weak as hell. He's mumbling out his words, and frankly, a lot of dementia patients wind up saying a lot of wacky, bigoted things, and he's in that stage, It's weird. It's weak. And Democrats are teeing up to take advantage of that weakness, right? And more than that, though, what I'm taking notice of are folks who consider themselves liberals who are beginning to talk a lot more like socialists. And I think that that's a really good thing, right? I think it is a good thing for folks in the liberal media in particular and the liberal establishment to start making moves because they feel like they're being forced to, right? And one voice I wanted to point to here, and we're going to look at a couple, is specifically Jamelle Bouie, who, I'm a socialist, right? I want our economy to transition to a worker-owned and operated model, right? I want workers in this country to have control over their own workplaces. And I'm open to having a more in-depth and nuanced discussion about how that would look, how that functions, etc. But I'm a socialist. Jamelle Bouie, as far as I know, is not a socialist. He writes for the New York Times. I find his insight very good, but he's more like a historian and an analyst, and I think he does a really good job at those things, which is why I kind of pay attention to what he says. And he put out a video the other day called "The Billionaire Class is Incompatible with Democracy," which is extraordinarily correct. And I want to play at least some of that for you guys, right?
I read a really interesting piece today on California's proposed wealth tax. The piece is in the New York Times. You can read it here. I'll put a GIF link in the description. And the piece is arguing, in essence, that you have to understand that the wealth of billionaires in California, and I'd say generally speaking, is largely submerged from the tax system, meaning that the vast majority of what they make is not counted as regular income. It's capital gains. It's gains from their stock options, from all their investments.
Now, what he goes on to talk about here, to summarize, is effectively how billionaires shield their wealth. Because if you've looked into how billionaires
actually create money for themselves and avoid taxation, what they basically do is, instead of getting paid anything, they get given stock, which is not taxed until you sell the stock, right? But then you can take the value of that stock and leverage it by saying, hello, bank, I will give you I will borrow money from you against this amount of stock. And then billionaires just use that as their money. Like, it's effectively a way to pay themselves without paying income tax. It's a way that they get around that. It's a way that they are able to pay less in taxes than you or I, despite owning, hundreds of thousands, if not millions of times our wealth, right? And this is a good point, because that's pretty messed up. It's effectively a loophole in participating within society, right? And if we were to tax billionaires on the basis of their wealth, we could do things like have Medicare for all quite easily, without having to try and balance the books extensively, right? And I'm going to skip ahead here in the video.
I think that what we'll begin to see in states with these wealth taxes is, first, that claims of all the negatives they'll produce are just nonsense, not true. Second, that they are effective, that they do what they're meant to do, which is raise money and provide for critical services.
And again, he's going on to talk about how the wealth tax in California has been a big to-do. It's been hotly debated, but it actually makes quite a lot of sense to tax billionaires on their wealth when they are taking advantage of loopholes to avoid paying taxes, right? And he points to other states that have wealth taxes and have not suffered this deluge of consequences from having wealth taxes, and allows states to do things like repair roads and basically function quite a bit better while raising billions of dollars in funds for public works projects.
It'll help build the kind of momentum I think will be necessary for passing a federal wealth tax, for actually making sure that the people who benefit from this country pay into the common pool so that others may benefit in the future. That's all this is. It's a recognition that, in the words of Barack Obama in 2012, you didn't build that.
You didn't build that.
And so you have to pay taxes. And if we cannot collect taxes through ordinary income because you are so extraordinarily wealthy that you don't really ever have to count ordinary income, then we'll collect taxes through some other means that will ensure that you're paying in to the common pool. This isn't punishment. This is just what we do as members of a society.
Now, I see people in the vertical chat having questions about how socialism works. I'm absolutely happy to take those questions after we finish this segment.
I think it's also worth saying that taxes on the super wealthy are necessary just to prevent super wealth from distorting the political system. Ultimately, in fact, I think that is the purpose of high taxes on the super wealthy.
Exactly. This was the point at which I was like, oh, okay, we are talking about something very different from what a lot of liberal pundits talk about, right? Because a lot of liberal pundits won't address the fact that taxation is a mechanism to deny billionaires the kind of power accumulation that they could use to, say, topple the state, right? It is, in fact, a good thing. It is a stabilizing force to have a taxation method that aims at the top to make sure that no one person is accumulating the amount of power, the amount of wealth necessary to function as a king or an oligarch over our country. We live in a democracy. We do not live in a country with kings. We do not live in a country that, ostensibly, we do not live in a country that should be controlled by billionaires. And yet, we are so resistant on passing these wealth taxes. Isn't that interesting? Hey, who makes the most political donations in America? Oh, that's right. It's the billionaires. It's the ultra wealthy. Oh, weird how that works, right? Weird how the people giving the most money to influence politics are the wealthiest people to ever exist. And they have created a system for themselves where they just don't get taxed. Unlike you and me. Isn't that interesting? I find that to be interesting. And I think that we should be turning to taxation both out of a matter of course, in order to function as a society, in order to make sure everyone pays their fair share, but also to make sure that as a political entity, our nation isn't overthrown by a would-be dictator, a would-be king.
You cannot actually fund a social insurance state, a welfare state, universal health care, what have you, solely through taxes on the wealthy. There are just too many Americans. Those programs are too large. You actually need to have broad-based taxes that affect the middle. This is why, as I've discussed in this channel, I'm very much opposed to recent Democratic proposals to exempt large numbers of Americans from the income tax.
This is the other thing, right? Because I've been seeing this proposal get steam from folks like Cory Booker, for example. People have been proposing, oh, anyone making under like $60,000 a year should be exempt from the income tax. And I'm against that. And I'm against that because I think that if we all live in this country for as long as we have a country, we should all be, to some extent, contributing to its continuance, contributing to its upkeep. You know, I think that folks should be paying, their fair share. And the problem in society is not that people on the bottom aren't paying their fair share. People on the bottom are paying more than their fair share. It's that the people at the top have abdicated their responsibility to the wider country as well. They are not paying their fair share.
I think it's actually important that we all pay taxes, provided those taxes are going to services that we all benefit from. And if you want a more expansive social insurance state, whether that is stronger social security.
Yeah, like I believe in a sense of civic responsibility. We have a responsibility to one another. We have a responsibility to the common good, every single one of us, no matter how big, no matter how small.
Security, universal health care, universal child care, free college, all these things that I think would make this place things that I think would make this country a much more humane place, that I think would enable so much more mobility. If you want that kind of society, then we all do need to contribute, whether that's to income taxes or payroll taxes or what have you. So I am opposed, straightforwardly, to, again, these proposals from any number of Democrats, Cory Booker, Chris Van Hollen, that would exempt a lot of Americans from taxation. And it's for a similar reason that the billionaires, they need to pay their fair share of taxes. But additionally, in their case, concentrations of wealth at that level, as we are seeing now, are incredibly dangerous to democracy. They make a mockery of democracy.
And this should be readily apparent, right? Like anyone who pays attention to the news understands that the wealthy get away with crimes that would put a poor person in prison forever. You know, a wealthy person can steal millions of dollars and never see the inside of a cell. A poor person steals $10 or tries to use a $20 forgery. They spend 5 years in prison. You know, like anyone who pays attention to the news, to power dynamics, to who goes to prison, to who is held accountable for their actions, understands the wealthy play by a different set of rules. And they play by a different set of rules because of their money. Because concentrating wealth to the degree we have in our society allows you to avoid consequences, but it also allows you to buy political favors in a way that you and I can't do. You and I can't leverage enough wealth to buy meetings with sitting members of Congress, right? But billionaires can. They absolutely can. And that's a big problem because it winds up that they just are, in a sideways manner, buying political favors, corrupting our democracy.
If you, as Elon Musk did, can simply buy a presidential campaign and through that, then buy yourself a cabinet position without any kind of Senate confirmation and use that position to dismantle critical agencies, if you can do that, then we can't meaningfully be called a democracy. You have to put limits on that. And I think that one manner of those limits are large wealth taxes. A basic level of economic fairness, if not economic equality, is necessary for democracy to work. You cannot have a functioning democracy if you have a billionaire class untouched by taxation that can essentially do what it wants. And frankly, from the perspective of the billionaires,
this is where I go, oh shit, Jamelle Bouie, come a bit closer. You understand the power dynamic here, because what he's about to say is not something that enough pundits in America are talking about, right? Which is that the reason billionaires of the past, the reason the millionaires of the past, the reason the aristocracy of the past had an idea around noblesse oblige wasn't just out of the goodness of their hearts. It wasn't just because, well, they wanted to be remembered fondly after they passed. It wasn't just because they were swell guys. It was for self-preservation. And Jamelle Bouie here, you know, if you read what he's written and what he talks about on the regular, you know he's familiar with his history. But more people need to be.
Democracy, if you will.
Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs.
paying some taxes is much better than the alternatives. And if things get bad enough, people do start thinking about the alternatives.
And yeah, I mean, I find that to be an impressive shift in rhetoric from someone who is, generally speaking, a pretty electorally minded individual, right? And when you get people who are relatively lib folks, you know, I don't think that Jamelle Bouie is a socialist. Maybe he's hiding his power level. I don't know. Maybe he's a democratic socialist. Who can say? But he's got a good head on his shoulders. And I also want people to understand he's not alone in this shift, right? So here is a guest essay in the New York Times titled "The Hard Truth My Party Needs to Face," right? And it's by Chris Van Hollen, who, you know, I gotta be honest, seems like he is positioning himself maybe to take a run at, you know, majority leader in the Senate, should the Democrats win the Senate. But let's just take a look here. Democrats need to face a hard truth. While Republicans' approach to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict has failed, so has ours. The Democratic Party has provided reflexive and unconditional support to Israeli governments.
I also have no idea how taxes became a demonized concept in Dem rhetoric. Middle and lower class people should pay more in taxes, but receive massive benefits.
Well, and the thing is, like, Dem rhetoric has embraced neoliberalism, right? It's that Reaganite turn from the 90s and onward. It's the idea that, like, oh, just don't tax the wealthy, let the wealth trickle down. That idea marinated in both the Republican and the Democratic Party for a long time, right? And so it became just common sense within the Democratic Party to say, oh, we're going to cut taxes, because it made them sound like sensible, fiscally minded Republicans. But the reality is, people need the massive benefits more than they need like another $50 in their wallet, right? Like $50 can help you eat for like a day or two, but like it cannot sustain you as like well as something like an infrastructure project that revitalizes your part of the city, right? Like there are massive investments that need to be made in order to facilitate life in a modern society. And those investments just can't be made if you're cutting taxes all the time. And especially when most of the tax cuts are going to the wealthiest people to ever exist. So, yeah, there needs to be an about face on this. But this interested me as well, right? Van Hollen has been one of the better folks within the Democratic Party on Israel, but this op-ed was really interesting to me. For decades, we have called for a two-state solution, but we've failed to use our leverage to make it real. It's past time that we use that leverage to end the occupation and achieve two states with full political and legal rights for all. That means withdrawing taxpayer support from Israel and conditioning arms sales. More of my colleagues are realizing that the status quo is unacceptable. 40 Democrats recently voted to block the transfer of certain military equipment to Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's government, compared to only 15 of us in April of last year. To be clear, I support Israel's need for security, but for too long, most Democrats unquestionably accepted Israel's argument that American weapons are needed and used solely for its defense. We've not yet fully confronted the fact that Israel has used its strength not only as a shield, but also as a sword to bury the two-state solution and advance the far right's vision of a greater Israel. The evidence on the ground is overwhelming. Violent settlers in the West Bank have attacked Palestinians with impunity, and Israeli forces are increasingly complicit. Israel's de facto annexation of the West Bank has pushed Palestinians into shrinking enclaves. Mr. Netanyahu's government has sabotaged the Palestinian Authority, which, unlike Hamas, has accepted Israel's right to statehood. Anyone who visits the West Bank under Israeli occupation can see an apartheid system at work. Meanwhile, Gaza remains in ruins, the humanitarian situation there remains catastrophic, and Hamas remains armed.
Give a man a socialism and he will produce for a day. Teach a man to socialism and he will seize the means for production for a generation.
Socialism is when the government does stuff.
Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. But now, while I could quibble with like some of the framing here, like overall, I find it really interesting that he is willing to, you know, as a representative of the US government, admit that effectively Israel does control the West Bank. That is, Israel is de facto running the occupied territories as an extension of Israel itself, right? Let's see. I've seen these developments with my own eyes. I've visited Israel and the West Bank 7 times and witnessed the rapid expansion of illegal settlements across the land that was supposed to be part of a Palestinian state. I've spoken to Palestinian families pushed out of their homes and off their land. I've sat down with families, both Israelis and Palestinians, who lost loved ones to violence in Ramallah. I spoke with Palestinian American parents who can't get justice for their children killed by violent settlers or Israeli security forces. I've seen aid trucks turned back from Israeli checkpoints while children in Gaza were starving on the other side, and I've seen how the once bustling city of Rafah was reduced to rubble by the Israeli Defense Forces with American bombs and bulldozers. It is these experiences and watching this dangerous trajectory accelerate that have shaped my growing alarm, which the American people increasingly share. They do not want to be complicit in ethnic cleansing in the West Bank or what human rights organizations and scholars have determined to be genocide in Gaza, which is, again, if we did not want to be complicit with it, we never should have gone along with any of these activities in the first place. But we did. We armed their genocide. We armed their ethnic cleansing. We gave them the bulldozers to level entire cities. It's if we did not want to be complicit with it, it was brutally obvious to members of Congress what was happening. They voted for it anyway. Like I am by this piece, I am upset by the attempt to let some folks off the hook. Right? But I did want to address President Joe Biden failed to reverse most of these actions, even as Israel elected the most extremist government in its history. Moreover, Mr. Biden deprioritized the Israeli-Palestinian peace process upon taking office. And while he was right to affirm Israel's right to defend itself after Hamas's October 7th attacks, he repeatedly failed to use U.S. leverage as Israel imposed devastating collective punishment on the people of Gaza. And now, again, there is like an interesting carve-out here to absolve some responsibility. However, it is also interesting that, you know, a prominent Democrat is putting the blame here quite squarely on Joe Biden. And Joe Biden does deserve that blame. And let's take a look here. Democrats should pursue a last gasp effort to salvage a two-state solution. If that effort fails, the United States will have to consider other options to secure equal political and legal rights for all. The alternatives, either a permanent apartheid state or the expulsion of Palestinians, should be abhorrent and unacceptable to everyone. They would result in the unending oppression or displacement of Palestinians, chronic unrest throughout the region, and Israel becoming a pariah state. Many cynics will rightly roll their eyes when Democrats talk about pursuing a two-state solution. Presidents have paid lip service to that goal even as Israeli settlements stretched into the West Bank. This time must be different. The United States must draw a red line against Palestinian displacement, and we must enforce it. The next Democratic president should recognize a state of Palestine that is subject to clear benchmarks, including free and fair elections. Unless and until a different agreement is reached, the United States should treat Gaza and the West Bank, including East Jerusalem, as part of Palestine. A policy some of our European and Asian partners have already begun to carry out. Look, it's an interesting piece in particular, effectively acknowledging that there could in fact be a single state in de facto at work here, and the idea that, hey, if that's the case,
Tallarico's more likely to pursue a two-state solution.
God damn it, Sake. I think this is interesting. For decades, we've called for a two-state solution, but we failed to use our leverage to make it real. It's past time we use that leverage to end the occupation and achieve two states. And I do think that there is an acknowledgement buried in here that what has been happening is our fault, right? It is our fault that we have allowed this genocide to take place. It is our fault that there has been an ethnic cleansing campaign taking place. We've allowed it. We've continued to support it. And the only way out is either by recognizing and forcing Israel to come to a one-state solution where, international folks enforce, egalitarian rights for all within the state of Israel, including Palestinians, or to actually put weight behind the two-state solution, something the United States has never actually done. And so, I don't know, that's a pretty interesting take from one of the most senior and most powerful members of the Senate. It's pretty cool. And you also have folks like even Gavin Newsom. Gavin Newsom, the most spineless squid in the entire Democratic Party, over here proposing like some genuinely decent proposals to counter the Donald Trump slush fund of $1.776 billion for Trump stooges. Yeah, you know what? If they do get payouts from that, 100% taxation. Fuck you. Unironically, I support this. And this is an effort that is going forward in both in California, New Jersey, New York. It's gaining more steam. And I think that is something that every Democratic state should be moving forward on. But let's also talk about how Democrats are turning this machine on one another, right? Because the fight isn't just in this upcoming 2026 midterm battle. It's not just against Republicans. It's also against Democrats on the left, right? In particular, there have been some really interesting attacks in the press on Graham Plattner, who is now the Democratic candidate in Maine, right? Janet Mills dropped out. Graham Plattner is the Democrat running in Maine. We're going to see how that turns out. But I wanted to play a couple of these clips, which aired on Breaking Points the other day that they found on Fox News. I found it to be a pretty great collection of clips. So let's take a look. Also, hi, Ryan.
Very blue district in Massachusetts. The idea that somebody from Massachusetts is going to have influence in Maine without moving there is a little bit comical in its own right. There was one cycle he didn't even have an opponent, but apparently he has thoughts on how to flip a red Senate seat. So here is Auchincloss getting himself in a little bit of trouble with some elements of the Democratic Party.
Find that tattoo and his commentary about it to be personally disqualifying. I hope Maine voters agree with me. I think that it would be a mistake for the Democratic Party to think that Graham Plattner's brand of the Democratic Party is what wins us durable majorities throughout this country.
Wow. Massachusetts Congressman Jake Auchincloss, thank you so much for being with us.
And so the next day, yesterday, he cleaned up some of those comments and said that, you know, if Graham Plattner does eventually win the
King Fire, you literally used a pronoun in your comment about pronouns.
Fucking pronouns!
Democratic primary, which he hopes he won't, then he will oppose Susan Collins. But he kind of didn't really come out and say that he would support Plattner. You also then had a couple of other Democratic officials kind of agreeing with him. Let's roll F2 here. This is a Biden administration official.
Are his past comments disqualifying for Democrats? And if they're not, should they be?
Well, I agree with Congressman Jake Auchincloss, and he runs a Dem majority PAC, so he spends a lot of...
Oh, well, he runs a political action committee. Well, oh no, the moneyed establishment Democrats don't like an up-and-coming working class guy. Who would have thought?
His time not only representing his district, but also crisscrossing the country, talking to local Democratic coalitions. And so he knows what will get people elected in the Democratic Party. And he's also a Jewish man. So I don't think there's anybody in the Democratic Party who should feel pressure to support Graham Plattner. I certainly don't. And just because Senator Elizabeth Warren says that that's her kind of man doesn't mean that has to apply to everybody. My kind of senators are the ones that come from Georgia, Senator Ossoff and Warnock, and they have different principles and values than Graham Plattner. So I think that Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren will just have to carry that themselves.
Which is interesting, right? Like we're seeing former Biden White House press officer going after Graham Plattner. We're seeing some movers and shakers in the in the House establishment Dems going after Plattner. Like that's interesting, right? Like they're trying to throw punches at him. They're trying to go after him right now. They're trying to go for the jugular. And it's honestly, it's just not going to work on someone like Graham Plattner. Like Mainers overwhelmingly like Graham Plattner. You know, whatever any individual's beef with him might be, like they like him. And he's the guy who right now has the best chance to unseat Susan Collins, who, let's be real here, is a terror for the people of Maine. And does not give a single fuck about the working class Mainer.
So vote blue no matter who, unless it's somebody you don't like. Another one, Melissa DeRosa, who was a former chief of staff to Andrew Cuomo.
Who are they bleeding him for? Who else is even running in Maine? Well, that's the thing, right? They're willing to try and sabotage Graham Plattner, even if it means that they don't win a seat in Maine, right? They're willing to shoot themselves in the dick for no reason, right? Because folks like Graham Plattner hold policy positions that they find to be an existential threat to what establishment Democrats want to fight for.
Cuomo, famous for many things, or infamous for many things, among them leading a smear campaign against Cuomo's sexual harassment victims. She believes that her ethical compass does not point towards supporting Plattner. Let's roll F3 here.
No, absolutely. I mean, the main race really demonstrates the civil war that's happening within the Democratic Party. And there are a lot of Democrats, moderate Democrats like myself, who will not cry tears should we lose Maine. I mean, that would be a pickup to begin with.
Emily, first of all, as Ben Dreyfus pointed out on Twitter,
that clip in particular I wanted to play because, again, really hammering home the point. They do not care if they lose that seat, if it means stopping someone who might be inconvenient to Democratic establishment old hands, right? And she explicitly is talking about the Democratic Civil War, like it's happening right now. Like it's not just me recognizing that there is a battle going on right now politically for the soul of the Democratic Party. That's happening. That is a reality that we live in and with right now. And however it shakes out in 2026, we're going to see it play out on a much larger scale in the primary season for 2028, which is going to kick off right after 2026 finishes. So what I find interesting here is Democrats are doing infighting, of course, but what's telling is how ineffective the infighting is. Like, even when Republicans are trying to attack up and coming folks on the left, they're doing an incredibly bad job of it. Here is a absolutely wild exchange between Will Cain and Abdul Sayed in Michigan here, and check this out.
That to me is frustrating. Now, I want to pivot just quickly because I do want to ask you, do you pump your own gas?
Well, before we start talking about whether or not I pump my own gas, we're going to have to follow up with your answer.
It's important.
I appreciate
$185 billion.
I appreciate the interest in having a conversation, Mr. Syed. But what I would suggest is I'm conducting this interview, and I want to ask you about your positions. My interest today is you are running for Senate. No, excuse me. You are running for Senate in the state of Michigan. What I am curious about, as you conduct a tour targeted at counties that voted for both Joe Biden and President Donald Trump, is exactly how extreme or moderate your positions might be. I'm not running for elected office, so my position on current gas prices is of immaterial to the audience. Your positions as seeking elected office are what's important. And what I would like to figure out is whether or not you believe in the rule of law. It's simply not true that immigration enforcement is simply a civil law. It is in the federal criminal code as well. It is violating the law to come in this country illegally. If you want no enforcement mechanism for it, what I see is you advocating for lawlessness. And when I see you say things like you did on your X feed, one moment. When I see things like you put on your X feed, which you did delete, like immigrants are American, refugees are American, undocumented people are American, either that or the only real Americans are Native Americans, you pick, I see you denying something like the rule of law and the concept of citizenship. And I'm
Jesus. Yeah, it really makes him look so terrible to, reflect the values inscribed on the fucking Statue of Liberty.
I'm curious if that's your proposal to the people of Michigan.
So if we want to talk about law enforcement, I do want to bring up the question about the $1.8 billion Department of Justice piggy bank that Donald Trump wants to hand out to people who clearly broke our laws on January 6th. But I asked the question about gas prices because I happened to pump my gas just on Memorial Day. The worst part of my day was having to pay $82.89. Well, I thought about the fact that we lost more than a dozen service members in a war we never should have been fighting to raise those gas prices in the first place. If you want to talk about the rule of law, there are plenty of opportunities for us to talk about that.
I appreciate your position, and I will summarize it for the audience. You are opposed to the war in Iran, and you do not like the current gas prices. But Mr. Syed, we had a very friendly exchange last week. No, you're not answering my question. Is the entire point. You're pivoting to talking points. If you will talk to the question I asked, we can have an appropriate interview.
Let me finish my answer. $185 billion for ICE. That's $185 billion that are not being spent to improve anything from your infrastructure to your kid's school or to help you afford your health care. Gas is just the tip of the iceberg. So if you do want to talk about ICE, let's talk about the opportunity cost of paying $185 billion into an agency that is currently sowing unrest in New Jersey, just like it did in Minneapolis.
What is the cost to deny citizenship?
That to me is frustrating.
Like, the reality is deeply inconvenient to folks on the right. You can see Will Cain despair in the middle of that clip that he cannot derail Abdul Sayed from actually talking about the things that people care about. Like, man, if you pump your own gas in this country, it fucking sucks to go fill up your car right now. It sucks. And any right-winger that is coming in and like saying, oh no, it's totally fine. You privileged little babies. Like, my God. It sucks. Any reasonable person understands it sucks to pay double today what cost half yesterday. And that change happened entirely because of Donald Trump. That's why Will Cain wants to move away from this as quickly as possible. And yet they're talking about Memorial Day, and Donald Trump has ordered soldiers into combat for no fucking reason other than to make your gas more expensive. And not only, by the way, not only is your gas getting more expensive, your healthcare is getting more expensive, your food is getting more expensive, your automobile parts are getting more expensive. Anything that is shipped last mile to a store is getting more expensive. Because guess what? Your diesel is at fucking record costs right now. Literally everything is more expensive right now because Donald Trump was a big-time dipshit and invaded Iran, threatened Iran, bombed Iran, killed hundreds of school children for no fucking reason. And, you know, all of this that like conservatives are falling for the rhetoric of, oh, well, you know, weapons of mass destruction. Man, did you guys not pay attention during Iraq? Did you guys not pay attention? You guys are literally being suckered in by the exact same horse shit. It's wild. Like, are you guys still amazed when, like, a street magician pulls a quarter out from behind your ear? It's crazy. What childlike wonder. It's incredible. Now, where is the Democratic Party going to go after this, right? Because obviously we have a whole lot of problems right now. And, you know, there's the specter of Rahm Emanuel entering into the 2028 Democratic primary. And I'm frankly worried that the mainstream media is going to prop that guy up.
Rocket production. Weapons of **** destruction.
Well, you know.
Hey, you know what? You know when it's really fun to be railed animalistically by a man who loves you? You have a God-shaped hole.
I will never be absolutely tickled that we have that Steven Crowder sandbit. God. Who's Rahm Emanuel?
Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me, you can't get fooled again. George W. Bush.
Rahm Emanuel served in Congress back in I don't remember, for a while, 2003 to 2009 looks like. And then he was the mayor of Chicago until 2019. He was the White House chief of staff for Obama for 2 years. And he's taken a lot of credit for the Democratic shift that happened under Obama. That's kind of his main claim to fame. And it's, frankly, it's bullshit. He's a deeply conservative individual. He was instrumental for the record for Bill Clinton's neoliberal turn when Clinton ran for president in 92. So his entire political philosophy is rancid to the core. And on top of that, he's just not good at politics. He's gross. And he's had major fallings out, plural. Falling outs? Plural? He's someone who should stay away from politics forever. And him entering politics in 2028 is nothing more than to try and derail any kind of left challenger. That's it. He's a bad guy, Jack. Yeah, exactly. There's a great piece in Politico. I mean, great relatively, but talking about how, hey, Democrats have a Rahm Emanuel problem. And like, the problem is the media keeps propping up Rahm Emanuel as if he's a serious contender who has something relevant to say in modern politics. So just be aware that this guy is probably going to throw his hat into the ring within a year to run for president of the United States, and be aware that he's a pretty big piece of shit. As long as we're talking about Democratic Party civil wars, right? That being said, there is a future for the Democratic Party, and it is one that is very clearly spelled out by one of the most popular up-and-coming politicians in America. And I wanted to play for you guys something that aired just 13 hours ago, live. This is Zoran Mamdani talking about housing in New York City, and I wanted to share a little bit of it with you guys.
Live in La Vida Loca, which was the #1 song in the country the last time the Knicks were in the finals. So I began today with a walk through Gowanus, past towers that will soon offer hundreds of affordable homes, past buildings with tenants whose organizing has transformed their standard of living, past Wyckoff Gardens, where NYCHA residents are starting to see the change that real investment can bring. It is a privilege to finish that walk here at Powerhouse Arts. You know, I want to acknowledge a number of leaders we have here with us. We have members of my administration, as you can see on stage and across the crowd. We also have our council member, Shahana Hanif, whose district we are in. We have the former council member, Brad Lander, who is here with us as well.
Brad.
We have Michelle De La Luz, the executive director of Fifth Avenue Committee. And I want to give a special shout out to the incredible coalition that's gathered here today, from Housing Justice for All to labor unions, including Local 79 and 32BJ, to Open New York, to tenants unions, to every single New Yorker that is coming here together today. Nearly a century ago, beneath the metro train tracks in East Harlem, 12 miles from where we stand today, James Baldwin was born. His family lived modestly. His father made a living as a factory worker and a Baptist preacher. His mother raised 9 children. But still, they had enough to build a life in New York City, a city they sought out during the Great Migration, a city where opportunity was within reach. Life was not easy, but a better future felt possible, in no small part because they had a home. That home allowed their eldest son to grow up on the same streets as the artists of the Harlem Renaissance, to learn and read in the 135th Street Library, to become one of the greatest writers of the 20th century. Echoes of this story have been heard countless times in homes and apartments owned and rented across the 5 boroughs. When New Yorkers can afford a home, they can afford to dream. Yet the opportunities of the past have drifted out of the present's reach. It is nearly impossible today to find affordable housing in New York City. We face one of the most severe housing crises in American history. It is the single largest driver of the affordability crisis.
Now, I want to really, before we finish, because he's going to be talking for like a little bit here before it goes into other folks talking, but I wanted to pause here because earlier today, you know, I got my hair cut, and I was talking with the folks who cut my hair. They know I do a show, you know, and I was talking with them about it. And I was talking about like, oh, you know, I talk about this, talk about that. And the woman cutting my hair was like, you know, I don't know how to pronounce his name, but that guy in New York, you know, I like him. I think like more of our politicians should be like him. And like, it's gotten to the point where like people who are not tuned into politics explicitly are aware of Zoran Mamdani, even in the middle of Minnesota. Like, I live in Minnesota. You know, like, I live in the Midwest. And people in the Midwest are paying attention to what's happening with Zoran Mamdani. And, you know, we've been talking about, like, corruption and how, like, corruption in our politics is a really big problem. And, like, there needs to be accountability to set it right. And, you know, she was like, you know, I like that Zoran Mamdani. I hope he stays clean. And, you know, I was like, you know, I think he's gonna. Like, I think he's very keenly aware of the moment and keenly aware that he needs to be able to deliver materially for people, right? And this is a perfect example of what I was talking about with that woman cutting my hair, which is that, like, he is doing that. He is prioritizing improvements to housing infrastructure to make it easier for people to get housed. He's filling in those potholes. And by doing the work, he is, you know, building up his credibility, building up his ability to then project political power into the future. And she asked me if, like, he was doing that so he could run for president. And because, like, that's the degree to which she, as somebody living in the Midwest who can't even pronounce his name, is like, that's the kind of guy I want running things. And, like, that is the entire Mamdani project. It is validating socialism as a governmental principle and showing what it is in practice. And it is a service-based ideology around the idea that people should be getting something for their tax dollars. Unfortunately, Zoran can't run for president. I did have to tell her that, but I also told her that if there's anybody who could be popular enough in the future to potentially get the, get the amendment changed so that he could run for president, it's Mamdani, you know?
All over Harlem now, there is felt the same bitter expectancy, Baldwin wrote in 1948. There is nothing anyone can do about it. Today, too many New Yorkers feel that same bitter expectancy, the sense that nothing will ever get better, as they watch the rent climb, as they stay up late trying to find a way to afford to stay in the city that they love. This crisis did not arrive all of a sudden. For centuries, New York City built enough housing to keep pace with...
Oh yeah, and J-Rock, you are absolutely right. Like, the reason he has the amount of credibility and clout he has right now is because Zoran has been delivering for folks. The key is going to be showing he can deliver for folks throughout his period of being mayor of New York City, right? That's going to be the key. He needs to show it consistently throughout his entire term, which is a big task.
Our population growth until the 19th.
A big task, I will say, made easier by the fact that he's maybe one of the only politicians I've ever seen get more popular after he's elected.
60s. Over the past 60 years, however, government helped create the housing crisis we now face through a series of choices. Beginning in 1961, zoning reform reduced our housing capacity by 80%. Further bureaucratic changes only exacerbated how difficult it became to build. In the 1980s, the Reagan administration implemented drastic cuts to our public housing system, leading to decades of NYCHA's decline. In the 1990s, new rent stabilization loopholes incentivized landlords to increase rents and push New Yorkers out of their apartments. These choices restricted growth and caused costs to balloon. They allowed bad landlords to neglect their tenants with impunity, and they turned a blind eye to crumbling public housing. These choices brought us to this moment. Today, we choose differently. If the absence of good government created the conditions we now face, the presence of good government can build the solutions we now need. I am proud to announce that New York City will propose, pursue, and deliver solutions to this crisis through our historic housing plan, block by block, a plan that matches not only our city's size, but the scale of our city's ambition. Before I share the details, I want to speak directly to every New Yorker who may be skeptical, because I know there are many. Some may be skeptical that the city can build, or that building is even the right solution. Others have watched the housing crisis worsen year after year, but have been left out of the conversation on how to fix it. And I know there are many who doubt that change can ever come. I want to speak to the skeptical New Yorker because I was once the skeptical New Yorker. Before I was mayor, before I was an assembly member, I worked as a housing counselor for New Yorkers facing foreclosure. Every day at our offices in Jackson Heights and Richmond Hill, I spoke to homeowners reckoning with the pain and complexity of this crisis. Rising costs, a daily fear of displacement, living under a cloud of anxiety that one-off emergencies could lead to mortgage delinquency. And every day after work, I came home to buildings going up in my neighborhood and neighbors asking who they were for. The conversation around housing was framed as a simple binary, a question reduced only to yes or no, a side you had to take between structures and people. Do you believe in building or do you believe in fighting for tenants? Should we build our way out of this or should we organize to preserve what we have? For a long time, the two were framed as mutually exclusive. I wanted to make a difference in the lives of New Yorkers who were facing this crisis.
Do you guys want to know something incredible, by the way? In the 3 districts that local New York City news covered, right? They went and polled. In New York's 7th district, Mamdani had a 91% approval rating amongst voters 18 to 39. 91% approval rating. Do you know how fucking insane that is? Like, even when you look at areas that swung for Andrew Cuomo in the mayoral election, like, Mamdani's approval is at, like, 66%, which is, like, the low. Yeah, he's doing really, really quite well. Even in, like, Bushwick, Williamsburg, Long Island City, his approval rating's, like, 77%. Like, it's nuts.
So I began to work for candidates who championed the tenant movement, a movement that won stronger rent stabilization laws and a right to counsel for tenants in housing court. I eventually ran for office myself and joined that fight in Albany, fighting for better protections and helping to win good cause eviction, a policy that prevents sudden displacement and price gouging in our city. As we made it easier for New Yorkers to stay in their homes, one thing became increasingly clear. There was no way to drive down housing costs without also building more housing. I knew the lessons of Vienna, where for nearly a century, municipal government has built and financed housing directly. And data from other American cities told a clear story of what that building could lead to. Between 2015 and 2024, 120,000 homes were built in Austin. In December of 2021, Austin's median rent was $1,546. By this past January, it had fallen to $1,296, even as the city's population continued to grow. I saw these same patterns in Minneapolis and Seattle. It was clear, when it comes to housing, the binary we face is not between structures and people. It is not between building and organizing, nor is it between the tenants of today and the tenants of tomorrow.
And the thing is, I understand the comparisons to, like, Obama, except that this guy's actually walking the walk. Like, Obama talked the talk, and he talked very, very well. But when it came time to actually fulfill promises, it was the kind of situation where he got into power and he burned his boats. And like, no one could follow in his footsteps. He burned his organizing apparatus and then did not fulfill the promises of hope and change.
I almost feel like people should start picnicking and laughing.
What is this? Protesters accuse New York City's Zohran Mamdani of failing to protect Jewish New Yorkers. People should start picnicking and laughing. I mean, honestly, like, isn't that kind of what's already happened? Like, Zohran Mamdani put like 800% more into anti-hate crime.
Vid of Mamdani talking about public housing in Vienna years ago.
Oh,
and
yeah.
Now he's mayor of NYC talking about housing in NYC based off of Vienna.
Yeah, I totally forgot about that Gravel Institute vid. Yeah. Here it is. From 5 years ago.
American housing is in crisis. Right now, up to 12 million Americans are behind an average of $5,800 on rent and risk eviction. With eviction moratoriums soon to expire, we're facing an unprecedented wave of evictions and foreclosures that will crash straight into millions of struggling families across the country. But the truth is, this crisis didn't begin with the pandemic. In fact,
he's really had a glow up in 5 years. Good for him.
Housing has been in crisis for a very long time. Even before the pandemic, in places like New York or Los Angeles or San Francisco, median rents for even one-bedroom apartments could approach $2,500 a month or more. About a third of people in Los Angeles spend a majority of their income on housing. In New York City, about 20% of all renters pay most of their income to their landlord. And in my district, Astoria, about a quarter of residents have to spend most of their paycheck on rent.
Like, this has been something he has cared about for a very long time. And I do like what he talks about later in this video.
100 years back in time, to take a look at just one example of how an alternative housing model got started in beautiful red Vienna. At the end of the First World War, the Austro-Hungarian Empire collapsed, leaving behind a number of successor states, including modern-day Austria, home to the former imperial capital of Vienna, the fifth largest city in the world. Despite being the seat of an empire, the chaos of the war and decades of neglect had left the working class of Vienna in desperate circumstances. Inflation was rampant, jobs were scarce, social services were non-existent.
Let's be fair, his glow-up was #1 spice.
It's true.
Bring the flavor to the fish, bring the flavor to the rice. And hundreds of thousands of people were crammed into decaying tenements where overcrowding, disease, and violence were rampant. So it's no surprise that in 1919, at the first elections ever held in Austria where all adult citizens could vote, the Social Democratic Party swept into power at the municipal level on the promise of dramatic social and economic reform. And they delivered. The new government of Vienna implemented a huge range of services, including public health care and public child care. They built high-quality hospitals, schools, and recreational facilities. But their crowning achievement was an ambitious program of social housing, what Americans call public housing, that began in 1923 and saw 60,000 new apartments constructed in the first year of its existence, built by the government and financed by taxes on the rich. But these weren't the kinds of apartments you might picture when you think of public housing in the United States. Drab high-rises plagued by chronic neglect and underinvestment. Residents could enjoy leafy courtyards, wide open spaces, and plenty of natural light.
Yeah, they were spaces worth a damn, right? Like, they were spaces built to be enjoyed. They were spaces built for families to live in. You know, like, that was a key component of what Vienna did, right? We'll get back to his speech on housing now, but, like, I want you all to take note. Like, we've figured out how to solve homelessness a long time ago. And you all have to really sit with, why haven't we continued to solve it today? Who does that benefit? It's the rich.
They had shared laundries, state-of-the-art kitchens, food co-ops, bathhouses, pharmacies, lecture halls, schools, and swimming pools. These apartments were designed to be both beautiful to look at and beautiful to live in, fostering a sense of shared community among the people who lived there. And the best part was that because the city didn't have to worry about making a profit, just about paying off their maintenance costs, these homes were both much nicer and much cheaper than what workers had previously known. In 1926, the average rent in Viennese social housing was about just 4% of a monthly wage.
Can you, just real quick, can you imagine, like, most people in America spend like half their paycheck on rent. Can you imagine what it would be like to spend only 4% of your paycheck per month on rent? Like just wrap your head around the idea of your monthly rent being reduced by 90%. That's just absolutely crazy.
The first 15 years after Austrian independence saw its capital transform from a symbol of urban blight into a beacon of socialist governance. It became known as Red Vienna, after the official color of the socialists who had pioneered these changes. And even—
Oh, whoops! The socialists did it? Never mind. We can't have that, not in capitalist America. Luckily, that guy who did that video would never create housing policy in somewhere like New York City, am I right? Anyway, back to this speech.
It is a far more basic one. It is between a government that debates and a government that delivers. We can keep people in their homes, and we can build the homes that they need to live in. We have spoken about this crisis long enough. It is now time to do something about it. Our housing plan meets this crisis with the scale and urgency it demands. It invests billions of dollars in new affordable housing production.
Hell yeah!
And it continues the vital work of protecting tenants from bad landlords and displacement. So let's get into it. The first plank of our plan is all about building. We have set two of the most ambitious housing targets in modern New York City history. First, we are delivering on a promise we made during the campaign. Over the next decade, city government will build 200,000 new, affordable, rent-stabilized homes. This historic production push will increase the number of homes for homeless New Yorkers by nearly 45%, helping us connect thousands of those in need with permanent housing. Second, I am proud to announce, for the first time in our administration, that we will preserve and stabilize an additional 200,000 homes.
So, build 200,000 and preserve and stabilize an additional 200,000.
Together, these 400,000 homes will be affordable for working people, and they will be made possible by historic $22 billion capital investment over 5 years. When it comes to affordable housing, no plan of this scale has ever been imagined by a past mayor, let alone proposed. We are the largest city in the nation. We have the resources, the talent, and the will to achieve this. Expanding our housing supply will also kickstart our economy. As we build 200,000 new affordable homes, we will support an average of 30,000 good-paying jobs each year and generate 12,700 permanent jobs once these homes are completed.
Also, I remember in the debates, his debate opponents were calling him insane for talking about wanting to build that many homes. Like, they were talking about it like it's just an impossible thing to do, and here he is announcing that they're gonna fucking do it. It's wonderful. Do not ever believe establishment politicians when they tell you what is and is not possible, because they're fucking liars.
There is no path to meeting our 200,000 goal of building new homes without meaningful changes to our city's zoning code. Last year, New Yorkers overwhelmingly approved ballot measures making it easier to build across our city. Our housing plan embraces these changes and commits to pursuing further reforms that not only make it easier to build, but help New Yorkers move into these homes faster. Our plan will pursue a multi-pronged strategy to make it easier for New Yorkers to buy a home, including creating hundreds of new affordable co-ops and community land trusts. And we will also make it easier for homeowners to stay in their homes as we combat deed theft and relaunch
It's
the
literally
mortgage.
just this meme about Mamdani actually doing things and corporate Dems losing their minds.
Dem leadership. Changing this is a difficult process. You fool, you rube, you utter infant. Give us between $5 and $50. Mamdani wiping grease off his hands. So it turns out there's a switch on this machine that puts it into either orphan shredding mode or free school lunch mode. Just had to flip it. Indeed.
Assistance program. Combined, these efforts will lead to growth beyond anything New Yorkers have seen in generations. For some, the dream of homeownership will finally be within reach. Others will be able to sleep easily in homes they no longer fear losing. The second plank of our housing plan includes some of the strongest and most expansive tenant protections anywhere in the United States of America.
Let's go!
There is a reason why I put tenants front and center on my first day in office, when I visited a long-neglected, rent-stabilized building and declared that we will not wait to deliver action. Nearly 70% of New Yorkers do not own their homes, and yet tenants helped to carry this movement to City Hall because they believed in a city that could actually fight for them, that could actually protect them from bad landlords, that could actually ensure that their struggles would shape the policies that impact their lives. This plan that we present today was guided by New Yorkers' testimony during our rental ripoff hearings, and it reflects their concerns and their needs. And as we empower tenants, we will place a special emphasis on those in the Bronx who have so long been excluded from investments, who have been subjected to acute neglect, and who have faced destructive fires at the highest rate in this city. I am proud to announce a legislative task force to overhaul our city's outdated housing maintenance code.
God, if you ever wanted to see Republicans absolutely lose their shit on behalf of landlords, the way they've responded to this has been truly next level.
When I say housing, you say maintenance code. We will catch problems proactively and prevent.
God, he's so goddamn charming too. Jesus.
Prevent them from becoming full-blown hazards, from day-to-day negligence to major breaches of fire code. We will also improve how 311 logs and investigates complaints. Starting on October 1st of this year, inspectors will investigate every single heat complaint the city receives.
That's right. Fucking scumbag landlords, he's coming for you. He's coming for you. Yeah, just like, just take a quick look. Oh, God. All right. 1 second. Cool. We gonna be able to play this? Maybe we will. Maybe we won't. Find out. Okay, here we go. Found it. Here's Fox News crapping their pants over this.
Of New York Mayor Zohran Mamdani, there seems to be no such thing as a bad tenant. Or you can be late with the rent or just not pay for months on end. You can be dangerous, destructive, noisy. But the mayor is on your side. He has a new housing plan. It is pro-tenant. It is vigorously anti-landlord. It is all socialist politics. With his characteristic smile, he delivered another landlord-bashing program. Boil it down, and it amounts to a plan that would...
I love that the framing of this is blatantly, like, we should be more concerned with the poor landlord's profits than getting people housed. Right? Like, it is a crime that one landlord be deprived of a single dollar than to be forced to give housing to one of the wretched poor.
Seize properties from private landlords and transfer that property to renter-controlled cooperatives. In other words,
he's hypnotized you with his stunning good looks and scintillating personality.
The renters get the property when the landlord is deemed to be a deadbeat. Mamdani encourages the formation of tenant unions to...
Oh no. People who take good care of their apartments should be able to control their apartments if they live in a fucking slum and their landlord isn't properly maintaining their unit. Oh no, the horror. Maybe you shouldn't fuck around if you don't like the consequences of finding out.
Snitch on property owners. He expects 300 of these building takeovers.
Jesus, I didn't watch this before we played it.
Snitch on property owners. He expects Downey encourage the renters get the property when the landlord is deemed to be a deadbeat. Mamdani encourages the formation of tenant unions to snitch on property owners.
I love the framing of this as like if you're in an apartment building and your landlord is trying to freeze you to death, you shouldn't snitch to the cops about it. Like what? Wait a minute. You're telling me that in Mamdani's New York, if you tell the cops that your landlord is freezing you to death in your apartment, they'll actually come and do something about it? Wait, that's good though. That's a good thing. 1 second. I will be right back.
understand that the Democrats right now are a bunch of idiot buffoons. They have the audacity to blame the queers for being too left-wing and insist on shifting their politics right. Now, I ain't saying they's all bad. That Mamdani guy, he's pretty slick. And AOC even endorsed his ass. I I know what a wise guy like you can do. Get out there and protest them fascist dingrods. No kings, no problem, am I right? And since you're the musical type, spread the message through your art. Just tell him Vinny sent you.
New York City Democratic mayoral candidate and Muslim Zohran Mamdani has gone over 24 hours since last condemning Hamas, therefore implicating him as a terrorist against Jews. In other news, studies show ethno-states are in and human rights are out. In the interest of providing a fair and balanced debate on this subject, Republican Congressman Fred Dingleberry will be joining us tonight facing off against a homeless man's dog we stole from outside the studio. This has been Modern Journalism.
Turn that shit off. You know I hate the tools over at the Legacy Media. So, you join DSA or what? This country needs it, honestly. The Democrats can't keep polishing the same turd every election. We need socialist solutions to all the fucked up shit going right now. Don't take me for a dumbass, though. I'm not talking third party. It sucks, but we gotta change the Dems into something less shit.
I had hoped that the white moderate would understand that law and order exists for the purpose of establishing justice, and that when they fail in this purpose, they become the dangerously structured dams that block the flow of social progress.
Welcome to America's best radio show, Patriot FM. The only show on air that gives you the truth. And none of that woke gay empathy you all despise, because subtlety is for cowards.
OMG, I am so homosexual.
You're listening to the most degenerate music by Jays, Doug, whatever. Bet this idiot can't even define what a woman is. I should call her.
For as long as we can remember, the working people of New York have been told that power does not belong in their hands. Fingers bruised, palms calloused, knuckles scarred with kitchen burns. These are not hands that have been allowed to hold power. And yet, over the last 12 months, you have dared to reach for something greater. Tonight, against all odds, we have grasped it. New York, tonight you have delivered a mandate for change, a mandate for a new kind of politics, a mandate for a city we can afford, and a mandate for a government that delivers exactly that. Thank you to those so often forgotten who made this movement their own. Yemeni bodega owners and Mexican abuelas, Senegalese taxi drivers and Uzbek nurses, Trinidadian line cooks and Ethiopian aunties. Yes, aunties. This campaign is about people like Wesley, people like the woman I met on the BX 33 years ago, people like the taxi driver I went on a 15-day hunger strike with outside of City Hall. My brother, we are in City Hall now. Tonight, we made history. In the words of Nelson Mandela, it always seems impossible until it is done. My friends, we have done it. I will be your Democratic nominee for the mayor of New York City.
fashion you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Riverboat Jack, 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 Riverboat Jack. That's what I'm talking about. First time singing the songs from Riverboat Jack. Shout out. I don't know what I'm doing really, but I got passion. That's what it's about. It's all about passion. Where she streams all that content is bursting the seams. Politics, gaming, and plenty more. Her sense of fashion you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Riverboat Jack, 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 Riverboat Jack.
Hello, hello, I'm back. How we doing, folks? Oof.
Mommy Dommy coming the closest to this I've ever seen.
My father came to this country from Poland at the age of 17 without a nickel in his pocket, which sparked my interest in the need for immigration reform because I know what it's like to be the son of an immigrant. We grew up in a 3.5-room rent-controlled apartment in Brooklyn, New York. My mother's dream, and she died very young, but my mother's dream for her whole life was to be able to get out of that rent-controlled apartment and own a home of her own. She never lived to see that.
Then let us give hope to people in America today who have lost hope. Let us provide jobs for the jobless, housing for the homeless, food for the hungry.
You have a handful of people who control our economy, and they determine the destiny of our entire country.
I wish I could give you better news, but I think you know the truth. And that is that we are now some 300 delegates behind Vice President Biden, and the path toward victory is virtually impossible. And so today, I am announcing the suspension of my campaign.
God, it's so good. Amon Animations is top tier. Some of the most goated stuff out there. Why does this look like Bernie in Fortnite? Sorry folks, my partner came back. I had to say hi and give her some support. And yeah, Mom Donnie coming across like Punished Bernie. It's some top tier content right here. Let's jump back into it. Finish up this this segment.
And we will support New Yorkers as they organize with their neighbors. If you form a tenant union, the city will stand with you. We will deliver the accountability you deserve from your landlord by doing a roof-to-basement inspection of your building.
Hell yeah!
Finally, through our new citywide campaign, Fix the City, we will focus on the worst landlords in New York City. When necessary, we will take aggressive legal action to remove negligent owners and property managers. And for buildings that have suffered chronic neglect, we will work to transfer ownership to responsible stewards.
That's right, motherfucker. He coming to take away from the landlords. Let's go.
Stewards that include community land trusts, nonprofits.
That's right, baby. We're not taking away the landlord's property and giving it to other landlords. We're giving them to nonprofits. We're giving them to the community to run. Let's go.
Nonprofits, or even the tenants themselves.
This is like, this is actual socialist policies. And like, genuinely, this is incredible. This is great. If a business fails to serve the public good, then the public should be able to step in the form of government to put an end to that abuse of power. Full stop.
The third core plank of our plan is years overdue. We will deliver the transformative investments that public housing has long needed, but not received. Our public housing system, the largest of its kind in the country, was born from Mayor Fiorello LaGuardia's conviction that government owed its people decent, dignified homes. NYCHA began as a testament to something great, that government can not only imagine a better life for those it serves, but that it can fulfill that vision. And yet that conviction has become a relic of the past. After decades of disinvestment, NYCHA tenants have come to expect that no matter who is in office, they will be overlooked. Their concerns will be ignored.
Leslie, congrats on your first affirmation appointment. Hell yeah.
That ends today. City Hall will rewrite a legacy of neglect with the largest city capital commitment to NYCHA in decades. $5.6 billion over 5 years. And we will do all of this while ensuring that NYCHA remains publicly owned and publicly operated. This is about putting city government in the driver's seat. This is about delivering the changes that New Yorkers have been demanding with little avail for decades. These funds will go towards comprehensive renovations guided by resident input. We will build on the success of the existing leak and mold call center and expand the model to other repairs. No longer will it take more than 400 days to fix an elevator in this city.
Hell yeah!
When NYCHA residents call for help, they will be able to expect immediate improvements. Longevity is the goal. This plan will reboot NYCHA as a public developer for the first time in generations. In doing so, it will equip our public housing system with a stream of revenue to sustain it well into the future. Each plank of this plan builds on the work that we have already advanced over the past 6 months. Since taking office, we have...
Yeah, like the thing is, if you can make it work in New York City, one of the largest cities in the country, you can make it work other places too. You can make it work in mid-sized cities. You can make it work in small cities. You can make it work in towns. There's nothing special that prevents these policies from being implemented elsewhere.
launched the Mayor's Office to Protect Tenants and the Office of Deed Theft Prevention. We have cut red tape blocking affordable housing development. We have held bad landlords accountable to the tune of $65 million. And we have broken ground on thousands of affordable homes. Today, we make it official. We will finish the work we have started. We will prove that government can deliver on the solutions to the toughest problems, not just debate them. I will close with this.
If you make it work there, it works everywhere. It's up to you, New York, New York.
New York, New York, it's a heck of a town.
So often when confronted with intractable challenges, the world has looked to New York City to show the way. We have built great things before. Skyscrapers that rise into the clouds, grand bridges, libraries, and museums, the most ambitious public housing developments in the nation, a team that can come back from 22 points with a little more than 6 minutes left in the first game. Block by block, we will build once again. And we will prove that the belief we hold, that every person deserves a dignified home, is more than an ideal. It is a responsibility that government can and that government will fulfill. Beginning today, we will no longer speak in the language of promise. We will speak in the language of present. We will build more homes. We will protect tenants. We will deliver record funding to NYCHA. Let the largest city in the nation deliver the largest municipal housing transformation this country has ever seen. With a history like the one that we have in this city, it is tempting to believe that New York City's best days are behind us. But we know that that is not the case. They are waiting to be built. So let us build them together, block by block.
Dude is killing it. Like, this is the future of democratic politics. This is the future of leftist politics in this country. This is the path forward, right? Like, this is, to like put it in some biblical terms, a John the Baptist
New York
situation.
deserves a dignified not one who grabs women the Italian way.
Indeed. Exactly, Sake. It's why we got that Andrew Cuomo out of there. But like, he is establishing that this works. He is establishing that leftist governance is feasible, that it works on a large scale. There is no reason, there is no conceivable argument that if he can make it work in New York, others can't make it work elsewhere. Like, the entire premise here is that he is able to essentially craft and carve a way forward for the left. We don't even really have to have this democratic civil war because this is the path of least resistance. Like, certainly there will be resistance on the on the part of like corporations, on the part of billionaires, on the part of the wealthy, but like, this is the path forward. If you are someone who is actually beholden to your voters, actually beholden to the people who put you into office, this is the path forward. Because this is a path that benefits everybody. Everybody being housed is good for everybody. Everybody getting healthcare, it's good for everybody. Everybody having like the ability to walk to their grocery store, having the ability to eat, that is good for everybody. Like, we need to bury the politics of the past that prioritize the wealthiest people to ever exist over the vast majority of everyone else. Like, we cannot be doing politics as usual in the neoliberal fashion because, frankly, there's no more runway there. You know, it ended in a brick wall for society. And only the people at the tippy top, the billionaires, are thinking, hey, maybe we can get over that brick wall. Maybe we're high enough on the, on the ladder that when the wall gets hit, we're just going to keep on sailing forever. But the better solution is, hey, How about we don't all hit the wall at like 700 miles an hour? And instead, we all get to live. We all get to contribute. We all get to thrive and survive and build a happiness for ourselves. That's the promise of leftist politics in this country. And the panic that we're seeing over folks like Tallarico, for example, taking power away from Republican-held centers in Texas, or the panic we're seeing from Democrats over Graham Plattner coming into power in Maine. Like, this panic is stemming from the same place. It stems from the same place from establishment Democrats who oppose up-and-coming leftists. It stems from the same place when Republican institutional power opposes its own degradation of power. Like, it comes from the corporate donors. It comes from the billionaires. It comes from the oligarchs. They are the ones who are trying to preserve their institutional power that they have spent years, decades building on both sides of the aisle. And so when we are looking forward, it's not a path forward that is independent of oligarchs and billionaires and corporations just on its own, because you could conceive of a conservative politics that survives beyond an oligarchic fostering or corporate fostering. But our path is to the left. Our path is to democracy. Our path is to all of us together succeeding. And that's where I think the Democratic Party is called to go. Even as they pull out the knives to try and stab the forces on the left that are trying to carry the party over the finish line in so many of these different races, whether it's Abdul El-Sayed or Plattner or some of these other folks, like Tom Steyer is right now getting a lot of establishment Dems consolidating against him in California. That's the thing, Dragonfly. Right now, they've hit a point of no return. There was a point at which oligarchic money and corporate power did have enough knives to kill off any kind of left-leaning momentum, any kind of left-leaning movement of strength. That time is gone, and some of them know that. Some of them know that, and they're just fighting to cling on for another, political cycle. But right now, too many of us are getting too involved. And that's only going to become a worse and worse problem for them as time goes on, beyond just the midterms and going into 2028 and beyond 2028. Too many people have seen how the sausage gets made in Washington, D.C., and they're sick of it. So anyway, this has been a really long segment about, the current state of things. But if I had to make a wide-ranging assessment here, the wind is blowing in the progressive direction. The wind is blowing in the socialist direction, and people are taking note. People who are members of the establishment, people you would think would never begin even shifting slightly to the left, are now openly embracing things that just a handful of months ago seemed politically impossible. Seemed outside of the realm of what can be. And I think that it's really interesting to see, because the reason establishment folks are shifting in that way within the Democratic Party is not because they want to. It's out of a perceived necessity to do so. Because they are feeling pressure from the left, and they are feeling pressure from the current fascist administration that they have kind of plodded along beside complicitly for too long. So I do think that there is a silver lining to this, and that there is a reckoning coming within the Democratic Party and within wider American politics at large. And, I think we can all be a part of it. Join your local Dems, join your local DSA, okay? Like, now is the time to do that, because this political stuff, it's going to boil over at some point. We need as many people as we can get in the room arguing for progressive solutions, arguing for socialist solutions, arguing for working class solutions. So join your local Dems, join your local DSA. If you don't know where to start, you can join our Discord. You can reach out to Dragonfly for help joining your local Dems. You can reach out to GamerG for help joining your local DSA. You can also come over to riverboat.gg. You can usually find one or both of them over there. Dragonfly is actually there right now. But we need people to get involved. We need people to make their Democrats more progressive, more working class, more, more better, more socialist even. And we need people to make their DSAs more effective, right? I will also be talking in the future here. I don't know when this video will come out, but I'll be talking in the future about how you can get involved as we get closer to the midterms, how you can get involved with door knocking, phone banking, getting involved with campaign work. I had a meeting recently to talk about how to help you guys have like an easy pipeline to get involved with different campaigns you believe in, regardless of where they are in the country. So we will be talking more about that next Monday, which, I don't know, June 1st, if you guys, depending on when this video comes out, maybe that has already happened. But all that being said, if you got anything out of this, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, leave a comment. Let me know what you think about this whole Democratic Civil War, because I do think that there are some people who boil it down to, it's the fighters versus the, curl up and hunker downers. And there are some people who are saying, it's working class versus oligarchs, and some people who are talking about like it's democracy versus fascism. I think it's multiple at once. So let me know what you think in the comments. And also, folks, check out ImogeneOlivia.com, gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, also tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. Check it out, ImogeneOlivia.com. It is sexy, non-tucking lingerie. Check it out, ImogeneOlivia.com. Link down in the description. Let's keep on going. Whew. What does non-tucking mean? It means that they are not gaffs. They are, effectively, it's effectively lingerie you can wear if you have need for a wider gusset, either because it's just more comfortable for you to have a wider gusset panty, or because you don't want to tuck your balls, your dick and balls. Basically a lot of trans women have to tuck in order to give themselves the kind of flat fit in a traditional panty that they want. Whereas Imogene Olivia is basically saying you don't need to tuck because it can be really uncomfortable. And so you deserve to have panties even if you aren't
that you
tucking.
can tuck your snack Indian flatbread in for later.
That's true. You could also do that. Do not recommend. Any advice for someone relocating to Minnesota and is going to be entirely unfamiliar with the Twin Cities? Get involved with DSA. DSA has a lot of like trans folks, queer folks involved in it. You could also, like, depending on where you're moving to in Minneapolis, of course, or the Twin Cities area, like there are lots of like LGBTQ like community groups you can join. Like getting involved with different groups, I think, is like maybe one of the best ways to like, get a lay of the land. A lot of people have moved here recently who are trans or queer. So there's a lot of folks in local groups who are willing to welcome you. Also, there are a lot of like queer just hangout spots, like cafes and community centers, stuff like that. Does IO ship to Canada? Yes, I believe so. I hate tucking. I'm getting my IO set next month. Hell yeah! The cities are very queer friendly. It's true. I like the Twin Cities quite a bit. I remember when I went to Minnesota, I saw a gay club in downtown. Yeah, that'd probably be like the gay 90s, or maybe the saloon. There are a lot of really great like queer clubs. Yeah, and also there are like trans people who don't mind showing a bulge, and like in that case, like Imogen Olivia, you still deserve sexy like panties, you know? How about Australia? I believe Imogen Olivia ships anywhere in the world. I saw so many pride flags in Minnesota. It was awesome. Minnesota is like really cool in that regard. Does IO have bras that fit B cups with large bands? You know what? Let me I know someone who has the answer to that question specifically. Hello. Are you coming back? You're absolutely not a bother. And also, people have a lot of questions about Imogen Olivia, so I'm calling you up right now to ask.
Minneapolis is great. St. Paul really needs to step up.
People want to know, do you ship to Canada? Yes. Do you ship to Australia? Yes. Do you have bras that fit B cups with large bands? That is literally what Imogen Olivia specializes in. So, yeah, there's a sizing section on the website that will be very helpful. Also, come back down here. I was looking forward to... Okay. Yeah. So, folks, international shipping is handled via DHL, and if you are shipping internationally, you can put in your address into DHL, and it will give you your estimated shipping costs. Yeah. Yeah. Beep boop. Yes, please. No, you were never a bother to me. I love you. Oh, that'd be cool. Bye. Can they do plus sizes? So, Leslie, I am going to let you know the sizing for Imogen Olivia is different from what you might be used to when it comes to plus sizes. I would encourage you to look at the sizing chart on the website because Imogen Olivia runs bigger than folks might be accustomed to. Are like, depending on what your go-to bra manufacturer is, the XL for Imogen Olivia might be like equivalent to like a 2 or 3 XL in other sizes. Like, here. So like this is the sizing information, right? So we have the small, we have the medium, we got the large, we got the XL, we got the 2XL, right? And the band size on the 2XL goes up to 44 to 46 inches around. So like if you're looking for plus sizes, this might already like take that into account.
What about 102ZZZ?
I don't know that we have a 102 ZZZ, a triple Z size. I don't think we have that. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 sub, Sake Tanuki. No. That was a dono for a bit question.
Okay, because otherwise I would recommend some places.
There are places that could potentially make that size.
I don't do.
I can't even really conceive of how big that size would be. It's like you have a degree in it or something. Yeah. All right. Only fascists tuck. Nah, a lot of people tuck. Bra fit for a trans god. True. I did have a salon day, polka.com. Last question, are they particularly supportive? I've got a bra from an independent vendor in the past, but it had very little support. So technically this first design is a bralette. It is not an underwire bra, but it does provide like, as far as bralettes go, like it's my genuinely it's my go-to daily bra.
It has boning, so it's more structured.
Yeah, it has boning, so it's more structured than a conventional bralette. So I would say I find it to be supportive enough. You know, your mileage may be different than mine, but I think yeah, it supports some pretty large
102Zs is the
breasts.
largest recorded size in history. Belonged to a woman named, unironically, Norma Stitz.
No. No. I'm gonna look that up now. Norma Stitz. Oh my god. Huh. Annie Hawkins Turner, better known by her stage name Norma Stitz, is an American fetish model. Who was born in 1957 or 1958, is still alive. And
my partner has pretty impressive mammaries, and she absolutely loves the Imogene Olivia bralette.
Oh, hell yeah.
For her, it's very comfortable to wear and has good support.
So Norma Stitz has the Guinness Book of World Record for largest natural breasts and is genuinely 102 triple Z. The largest recorded size in history. That is wild.
Is that in centimeters or in inches? Is it US sizing or like European?
I don't know. I wasn't Sake Tanuki.
Where's she from?
Trying to find that out.
Because US sizing and like European sizing is going to be very different.
Yeah, it doesn't say where she was born.
Band sizes in the 30s in the US are going to be in the 90s. Early.
Yeah, but is it centimeters or meters?
Inches.
Or inches. Also, Paladin said, my partner has pretty impressive mammaries and she absolutely loves the Imogene Olivia bralette. For her, it's very comfortable to wear and has good support. You done good.
Thank you, Paladin's partner. I'm glad you. I mean, I wouldn't jog in it, but I can wear it around recreation.
Yeah. Like it's not an exercise bra. but like I wear it pretty
I can
consistently.
walk up and downstairs without like whacking. Which isn't all cross.
Chad is saying hi to you. They like you.
Hello, chat. I don't have a costume.
That's okay. Melanie, I did get a new haircut. All right. Let's talk about. You know what? Let's talk about Forever Wars. Let's do it.
Oh.
What?
What?
Or we could talk about the history of gay rights.
Wow, just pressing topics. Why are you putting me down here?
Because I love you.
Love you. Talk about your.
Okay. You know what? We're gonna do.
Pride Month is almost over.
We're gonna do this because you know what? I can. So, folks, I wanted to show that I am a responsible and respondent streamer, content creator, whatever you want to call me. And I saw a comment requesting that I cover someone named Finding Sky, a YouTuber I had never heard of before, and probably I don't think I'll hear about in the future. They seem to have stopped making new content maybe about a year ago, a little less than a year ago. Maybe they'll come back. Who can say? But you know what? They requested that I cover this person's videos. So, you know what? I took a look and I decided I was going to respond to their most watched video, which has almost 3 million views and is titled "I'm Gay and I Dislike the LGBT Community." And you know what? Let's just dive into it. Let's just see what's up. Let's find Sky.
Pride Month is almost over. Thank God, because if I see another rainbow flag on my feed, I might buy a pack of Skittles and start slingshotting them at my screen.
No, 50-50, man.
My distaste may come as a surprise to some people, considering I'm actually a part of the LGBT community. In case you haven't noticed from my endless references to titties and busty Latinas in the past 10 videos, I like hot chicks. This is not a coming out video. I mean, it's pretty obvious. I don't need a rainbow flag and a teary-eyed video confessing the fact that I like big butts and I cannot lie.
But most people don't have a teary-eyed video in front of a rainbow flag to talk about how they're gay.
How I tell her.
Okay, that's true. Maybe some people tell everyone that they're gay that way. I hadn't considered that. But you know, look, let's be clear. Sometimes the LGBTQ community can be kind of cringe. So maybe this is just a video against cringe.
But it may be interesting to hear that I'm actually extremely ashamed to be a part of this community. And look, I know we've come a long way. There was a period of time when anyone who wasn't heterosexual was scrutinized or in severe cases even killed. And as glad as
I guess I don't need captions on when there's already captions on the video. Yeah, it sure would be awful to live at a time when LGBTQ people were being scrutinized, attacked, or even killed. So glad that doesn't happen anymore. Oh wait, it absolutely does. Oh. Oh wait, one of the core planks of the Republican Party is still trying to like strip LGBTQ people of the right to get married? Oh, okay. Wait a minute.
I am that I can walk down the street holding a girl's hand and not face the scrutiny, I also feel like we've passed the point of acceptance and are now at the point of blatant indoctrination.
Okay. So the core component of this video isn't that LGBTQ people are cringe. It is alleging that there is a conspiracy by LGBTQ people to indoctrinate people into becoming gay. See, I always have a problem with this argument because if it was possible to indoctrinate people into being gay, wouldn't it also follow that it's possible to indoctrinate people into being straight? And if that was the case, there would be no gay people because everything in media is straight. Like, almost everything in media is like the straights doing stuff. Like, you guys, and there's no better example of this than in trashy reality television, okay? Let me tell you, the best season of trashy reality television is Are You the One? The season where they had an entirely bisexual cast. That was the best season of reality television. It will never get better than that. I don't know why all dating shows aren't bisexual disasters. That should be the norm. And yet, every single dating show is full of heterosexuals. Full of them. You like just it's like, oh no, we have a new dating show idea. What if some of the people dating were old? What if people dated with their moms?
I never understood the whole
Like-
gays against groomers angle. Where would our stylists come from then? Straight people can't do hair.
Indeed, Sake. Straight people can't do hair. And also, gays against groomers. Why would gay people, like, attack the people who cut the hair of their dogs? How will we get fashionable dogs? I don't understand. How else? How else can we stop the scourge of straight people just spray painting their dogs? We must put a stop to this. All right? But all that being said, right? Like, this is just an evolution of that Amir Odom, or not not an evolution, like I guess a devolution? Like, this did come out before Amir Odom's normal gay video that I covered. But like, this is just, oh, gay people are being too in your face about being gay, and it's making other people more gay. Which I feel like if you consider yourself straight and you see two men kissing or two ladies kissing or like some kind of like, you know, relationship you can't quite wrap your head around, and that in turn makes you gay, you were already gay. Like, you're like, if you seeing two men in public holding hands was enough for you to start thinking about men that way, you were already gay. If seeing two ladies like smooch was like eye-opening for you and suddenly you developed feelings that you had never thought of before, you were already gay. Straight people like, it doesn't work like that if you're gay, right? Like, gay people aren't like walking around and seeing like a straight couple holding hands or a straight couple kissing and then being like, oh, maybe I'm straight. Like, that's not, that doesn't happen. Right? But like, if the worldview is true that this lady has, that like, oh, the gays are indoctrinating people and that's why there are so many LGBTQ people, then gay people would be having like, oh, I'm actually straight revelations all the time from just seeing that happen. And it just,
Maybe gay people are just hotter than
maybe,
so it
maybe.
works better.
One has to say it. These pride parades have gotten disgusting. It's not even about acceptance anymore. It's a provocative and aggressive public display of
Okay, sorry. Can we just go back, like, disgusting.
It's not even about acceptance anymore. It's a provocative and
It's not even about acceptance anymore. It's about provocative and aggressive. Shows a clip of a fully dressed lady dancing at a pride parade. This is provocative to you? You literally opened this up with the shot of you putting your hand on your girlfriend's ass to demonstrate how gay you are. This is more provocative than this lady riding a bicycle or this lady dancing.
provocative and aggressive public display of hypersexuality
Oh no, this display of hypersexuality of a man in jean shorts and a man in leather shorts and another man in shorts and a man in like a Speedo. You know, roughly the same amount of clothing that people might wear to the beach. But it's different, I guess, because they're wearing leather harnesses. That makes it different for some reason. Yeah, how dare men be shirtless?
And fetish. What was supposed to be an accepting and innocent space has turned into a hostile freak show. I didn't go to Pride, never will.
Okay, all right. There's so much here, and I know I'm gonna be a real pause champ about this video, chat. Okay, right?
An accepting and innocent space has turned into a hostile freak show. I didn't go to Pride, never.
It's a hostile freak show said over footage of just like guys calmly walking down the middle of the street. Like, I don't know, it's not that hostile to me. But also immediately followed up by,
I didn't go to Pride, never will, unless it's to document the absurdity of it, but this
I didn't go to Pride and never will. This is an entire video about how she hates Pride and doesn't want to associate with it, but she's never been to Pride. She's going off of entirely clips she's seen on the fucking internet.
This is what LGBT is associated with now. It's no longer associated with peace, love.
This is what LGBT is associated with now.
This is what LGBT is.
And it's what, a guy in like a Speedo in front of a sign that says European Union for LGBT plus rights? What is objectionable about this?
Associated with now.
Do we need to arrest men at the beach for wearing Speedos?
No longer associated with peace, love, unity, and tolerance. Instead,
yeah. Pride isn't associated with peace, love, unity, and tolerance. Which is, you can tell that because of how bigoted they are by walking around without their shirts on and wearing Speedos. That's not, you cannot be for peace, love, and tolerance and also wear Speedos.
Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Are we getting more normal gay discourse? We aren't even in June and I already despise this bullshit.
A little bit. Just a little bit. Luckily, this is a very short video. Just has a lot of densely packed bullshit.
It's associated with hypersexualization, provocation, fetish, and bigotry. I don't know what happens to the...
Whoa. Not wearing a shirt is associated with bigotry? Tell me more. Give me some citations.
Days when we would encourage people to accept themselves and make peace with those who disagree with us. Because now we just scream obscenities at anyone even whispering a subtle argument. This community...
A subtle argument about what? You know, like, this is the thing, right? This is the thing every single one of these content creators do, which is like, oh man, Pride used to be so cool and subversive, but then, you know, we stopped making peace with the people who didn't like us and instead started screaming obscenities at them. And it's like, we used to throw bricks at people. We used to throw bricks at cops. That's how Pride started. Like, what are you talking about? Not only that, like, whether or not someone is deserving of a calm and rational response is dependent on what argument they're making. Because not every argument is worthy of a level of respect, right? Like, trying to make the argument that, like, insert minority group is subhuman and don't deserve the same rights as you, that's not an argument worthy of respect. Like, it's kind of like if someone was to try and make, like, a Confederate argument, say, because they grew up in, I don't know, the Deep South with Confederate flags and shit. and they tried to make an argument about how, with so much nuance, about how slavery in the Confederacy was actually totally fine and okay. That's not an argument that you need to treat with respect, because it's bullshit and dehumanizing. Kind of like you don't need to treat climate change denialists' arguments with respect, or conspiracy theorist arguments with respect, because their arguments are essentially like, oh, the Jews are controlling the world. That's not an argument. That's just like a conspiracy theory propagated by bullshit. Like, that's not your anti-climate change argument isn't like an argument. You're just regurgitating lies propagated by the oil industry. But I don't know. Like, who knows where this kind of ideology might come from someone like this, you know?
Community has managed to weaponize its own labels and use them unfairly, not hesitating to label any opposition as transphobic or homophobic. It's funny because we
opposition to what, though? Like, we should be more hesitant to label things as transphobic or homophobic. Well, it depends on what things they are, right?
That's just a theory, a conspiracy theory. Thanks for watching.
Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs.
Used to be the ones complaining about intolerance. 2 girls holding hands in public were at risk of being fucking shot. They couldn't adopt kids, get married, start a family, so I completely understand why we spent so many years fighting for tolerance. But we have it now. And
Oh, we have tolerance now. We achieved tolerance. Tolerance is totally fine. You know, we've achieved it. No one in America surely would just try and murder people for being gay. No one would do that in America. No one would do that in America.
Hey, just a little something to say thank you for all you do. Since lingerie shipping is insane to the UK.
Well, Becky Dog, thank you for the $50 dono. It is, the shipping is crazy right now, it's true. But thank you for the incredibly generous donation. But yeah, no one would just, I don't know, try and murder people for being gay in America. Anyway.
Ever since we've been shown tolerance, we're now the ones refusing to reciprocate it. We've now become the side that is intolerant to opposing beliefs. The script has flipped completely.
You don't understand, the LGBTQ community is now intolerant to opposing beliefs. Yeah, opposing beliefs like LGBTQ people shouldn't exist. Cool.
And it's not for the better. See, back in the day when I was a little G rolling up on my Heelys trying to finesse the hoes, I didn't even know what gay was, much less what trans was. I grew up in the South, the deep South, like for all
that's interesting. Grew up in the deep South, huh?
Again, gator hunting, Confederate flag South. I thought.
Oh. That explains a little bit.
LGBT stood for Let's Go Beer Tasting. I didn't know a single gay person in my life, and I didn't have a phone or any type of social media to be exposed to it either. And yet somehow I looked like this. Yeah, that 7 or 8 year old me dope slinging and pimping since 01, baby. My idol, if you can't tell, was Rob Deerdeck. And let me tell you, I got made fun of all.
I'm too old to know who that is.
All the time. If only I had $1 for every time someone asked me, are you a boy or a girl? Why do you dress like a boy? And I would always get so pissed off when people would call me gay, faggot, dyke, because at the time, I didn't know that I was gay. So I would.
How are you making the argument that we have achieved acceptance as a society when you literally as a child had people calling you slurs for your sexuality? this just doesn't compute.
Just be standing there like, what the fuck are you even talking about? I'm none of these things that you're calling me. It wasn't until I was going into high school that I realized, oh shit, I like tits. Everyone around me knew before I knew. The reason I'm telling you this story is so that you're aware that I wasn't acting or pretending or trying to fit a label or any of that bullshit. I never dressed.
Yeah, but other queer people aren't either.
Like a boy out of opposition for tradition. I never did it in pursuit of being unique. As cringy as it
But like, like, you didn't do that, right? So why are you projecting onto other people that they did it from an insincere place? Like, I don't understand this, oh yes, I'm a special snowflake and no one else can be gay like the way I was gay. Like, it's weird, right?
It sounds, I was genuinely just being myself. My interests were never in Barbies or playing house. I wanted to play basketball and build Lego City. I was never constantly in my head thinking, oh, if I do this masculine thing, then this feminine. No. What 8-year-old kid thinks about that? For an 8-year-old kid to be thinking like that, they would either have to be medically neurotic or extremely brainwashed by social media. I didn't have TikTok or Instagram as an 8-year-old.
What 8-year-old? What 8-year-old is being allowed to use social media? The terms of service of social media precludes 8-year-olds from using it. Like, I know maybe some people allow their kids to do that, but like, they're not supposed to. Like, you're allowing your child to like scroll through Instagram. I don't think that's I don't think that's why people are being gayed now. Like, they're like, is that where this is going?
Kid, thank God. And I feel genuinely sorry for kids growing up on these platforms being exposed to all of these attention whoring and degenerate ways of life. They don't get to see that all
wait, I'm sorry.
Forms being exposed to all of these attention whoring and degenerate ways of life.
I'm sorry, it's very weird to me to call someone who's dressing up in a Care Bear overall skirt situation a degenerate because they're wearing like colorful clothing. Like, I don't really know how you look at this person and you're like, degeneracy. Like, okay. But pronouns? Is it just the pronouns? Is it just because neo-pronouns?
Fucking pronouns!
I mean, like, I don't know, get over yourself. Like, oh no. Pronouns? The horror. Who could have thought? Bright colors and pronouns, obviously degenerate.
In degenerate ways of life. They don't get to see that all the real trans people are discreet. You don't know that they're trans because they don't want you to know. They want to blend in as.
Oh yeah, the only legit trans people are the people who never tell you that they're trans. You know, I just want to put out there, like, I'm a trans lady. And I put that out in part because I think it's important for people to be able to know that I'm trans, and like, because I see it like genuinely helping other people build confidence and other people to live boldly as themselves, and I think that's a good thing, right? But like, I also just want to say that in every dating profile I've ever had, I listed that I was trans so that I could be safe. It wasn't for attention. It wasn't to be super special and cool. It wasn't so that I could have clout. It's so that I wouldn't get assaulted if the wrong person found out that I was trans. It was so that I could be safe. Because we live in a society that doesn't accept trans people in a broad enough fashion where if someone is trans, it's no big deal. But I guess me making clear that I'm trans for personal safety reasons and for the purpose of trying to build up our community, I guess that makes me not a real trans person to this lady. I don't know. Seems kind of like a bullshit metric to me. Seems kind of like just coming from a place of desire to, you know, carve out an acceptable demographic of people who should be exempt from, you know, slurs and discrimination, etc., to be distinct from the group of other LGBTQ people that are acceptable targets of said discrimination. Which, I don't know, I find that to be particularly disgusting, right? Like, for you to be someone who's like, well, I don't deserve this type of treatment, but they do. I don't know, like, I recognize it as a defense mechanism, but it's a truly vile form of defense. It seeks to empower the discrimination that other people like you face in order that you can try and escape some of the worst of it yourself. And, like, that's... I don't know. You're kind of throwing other people under the bus to try and save yourself. And, I don't know. I think it's better to work for the liberation of all people. No one should be treated the way bigots treat people.
A normal person and live a normal life as their changed gender. They don't want anyone asking their pronouns. They want it to be so obvious that you just assume their gender. That's why they spent thousands of dollars on corrective surgeries, so that you could look at them and not ask what they are. That's the whole point of a transition. All of these people you see on social media.
That's not the whole point of a transition. The whole point of a transition is to be comfortable with who you are. That's it. You know, for some people, that includes, like, the social acceptance, right? But that's not true of everybody. Some people are just looking to bring themselves in alignment with how they want themselves to relate to themselves. You know? And if that means other people get confused, fuck them. Like, frankly, your gender and your body are your business, not anybody else's.
Boasting about their transgenderism are the ones transitioning out of a feeling of emptiness and need for validation. They're not.
Citation needed. Or are we just going off of vibes?
Doing it out of a genuine sense of dysphoria and discontentment with their body. These days,
yeah, people aren't transitioning because of dysphoria. They're doing it because of vibes. My source is I made it up.
The members of the LGBT community are all demanding that people acknowledge and accept their often obscure identities. It feels like everyone's desperately grasping at these labels, all in a fight to be unique and interesting. But since when did we become so desperate for approval and validation? These people...
Like, the thing that is baffling me is that, like, these aren't particularly difficult to wrap your head around examples. Can't help but notice you have a name.
Members of the LGBT community are all...
Well, doesn't everyone? One that you're not really using.
All demanding that people acknowledge and accept their...
Oh, my dead name. Yes, a dead name. That's what they call it in the human realms. Like, yeah, because some people change their names. Like, this isn't a difficult concept to, like, wrap your head around, right?
Often obscure identities. It feels like everyone's desperately grasping at these labels.
Oh, do non-binary people want to be called handsome?
All in a fight to be unique.
Or beautiful. Like, I don't know, you could literally just ask them. That's a great question. Ask them what language they prefer. It's not hard.
And interesting. But since when did we become so desperate for approval and validation? These people look...
Like, none of the examples that they're giving back up what they're talking about.
Attention hungry and childish. It's like they're desperate for the whole world to accept and integrate their worldview. But that expectation...
Also, I would love to know where this is being recorded, right? Because I'm looking at this video and the people in it, and I can't help but notice that these look like literal children.
Like they're desperate for the whole world to accept and integrate their worldview. But that
We called a baby oil abuser 8 separate names without batting an eye.
It's true. God. Like, I don't know. It kind of seems like maybe if we're willing to extend this like respect to like cis hetero people, like maybe the same respect should be extended to like just LGBTQ people. I don't know. Like we call literally some of the worst people on earth like 10 different names. But you can't muster like, I don't know, five different names plus pronouns included for like non-binary people or trans people.
Fucking pronouns!
God.
expectation is frankly unrealistic and juvenile. My sexuality is not a core part of my identity. I don't purposely.
It's not. You literally opened the video talking about it. You opened the video talking about how you don't need to talk about being gay because you just touch ladies' butts. You talked about being 8 years old and wheeling around hitting on hoes. And how that was legit because you weren't trying to perform it, it just came naturally to you. But that natural identity isn't a core part of you as a person? That's really a bizarre and contradictory argument you're making.
Flaunt it. I don't expect anyone to respect it, and I sure as hell don't need a stranger's validation for why it's okay. I am the way that I am. Whether you like that or not is absolutely irrelevant to me. I'm not.
It is relevant to you if they're seeking to use political power to make it illegal for you to be the way that you are, right? Like, yeah, somebody else's individual opinion doesn't matter. Like, I get all kinds of individual opinions in my chats all the time that tell me I'm a disgusting degenerate who shouldn't exist anymore. You know, like, I get that all the time. I don't care about their opinions. But what I do care about is the fact that there is a political power block that they are building and represent that seeks to wipe out the ability of people like me to exist publicly. Like, I care about that quite a bit, actually. And the fact that, like, you've created this kind of bubble for yourself where you think, like, oh, their opinion doesn't matter, politics won't affect me. It's just kind of like a fuck you got mine. Except, I'm going to throw this out there. LGBTQ people, we don't got those rights as firmly as someone as young as you seems to think. I still remember what it was like before gay marriage passed. You know? I was around back then. It wasn't that long ago.
I'm proud of being gay. I think that shit's mad dumb. Because when you think of the word pride, you think of some type of achievement, some accomplishment, something you worked for. My attraction to women is not something that I chose. I didn't.
Yeah. It's not about you being proud of the individual attraction that you didn't choose or ask for. It's about being proud of being involved in a movement that has worked for and fought for your rights and liberation since before you were conceived. It's about being proud of being an inheritor of a movement that fought for the rights of other people like you to exist.
One day we'll all be disgusting degenerates that should exist.
Well, that's the thing, right? I would love to just be left alone to be a disgusting degenerate that should exist. 100% Sake. Her whole trail of thought is so selfish. Well, it's also just it can only exist in ignorance, right? It can only exist if you have no idea where the LGBTQ rights movement came from. Like, the idea here that she's putting forward is that, oh, we're so far removed from when, like, people in power tried to kill us. And we're not? Like, the AIDS epidemic killed hundreds of thousands of people. The US government just kind of let it happen because it was mostly affecting gay people, you know? And, like, why are men in harnesses? Why are people in leather marching at Pride? Isn't that a fetish? Well, it's because the places where people were allowed to be openly gay, openly lesbians, openly bisexual, were, in the past, kink clubs. You know? Underground communities that arose out of these different fetish or kink communities where, like, people liked wearing leather. But it wasn't just related to a bar, it was related to a community. It became, like, more than just, like, a commodity to buy. It became a community, like a kind of lifestyle, if you will. And because it existed underground alongside the LGBTQ folks, you go back to, like, the 60s and the 70s, it wasn't acceptable to, like, be out as gay, right? And so you had to, like, if you wanted to be gay, you had to go to, like, the right clubs, you had to know the right people, you had to, like, be involved in the right communities, you had to know, which park benches to go to, you had to know which bathhouses to frequent. You had to go through a whole lot of hoops just so that you could find people like you. And
Isn't podophilia technically a fetish?
God damn it, Sake, you are spicy tonight. For the record, podophilia is for the feet people. Okay, I just want to say that for the record in case anyone misheard text to speech. But thank you for the 2-tier 1 sub, Sake Tanuki. So you had all of this, but when you hit the AIDS epidemic, part of the reason, like, the kink communities really solidified at Pride is because guess who was there to care for people who were dying during the AIDS epidemic? Who were the first people to step up when they started seeing members of their communities struck down with AIDS? It was the kink communities. The leather daddies. They took in, like, people dying of AIDS and helped them through their final days and hours. They held BDSM balls to raise money for people who were dying. They were there when nobody else in society was. And so that's why they are marching in Pride to this day. Yeah, and that's the thing, Winby. Like, also, just want to point out there's a difference between kink and fetish. Kink is, like, something that is seen as enhancing like, sexual desirability, whereas fetish is, like, a prerequisite for sexual action, or sexual attraction, rather. Like, that's just to make that distinction clear. And so this idea that, like, oh, why should I be prideful of it? You should be prideful of the fact that you are the inheritor of a movement that fought and died to protect your rights. You should be proud of the fact that you exist here because of the sacrifice of many people who otherwise could have lived long lives. But instead they got out and they did their best so that you could live now and hold hands with another lady now. And like saying you don't feel prideful about that, like it's fine to not feel pride about the fact that you are attracted to who you're attracted to. But you should feel pride as being the inheritor of like a great civil rights struggle. There is pride in that. Monica G, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships over on YouTube. Very much appreciated. Let's wrap this up.
I didn't work for it. It's just how I am. Straight people don't flaunt the fact that they're straight. That's just how they are. Do you really think that anyone gives a shit about what genitalia you're attracted to? I genuinely...
Literally, yes. There are people who will fire you from jobs. There are people who will kick you out of housing. There are families who will disown you. Like, there's a reason one of the most the most likely groups of people in America to be unhoused as children are LGBTQ people. God. How to be epic. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs on Twitch, and Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs over on riverboat.gg.
Can't think of a more irrelevant detail about your character. I don't give a fuck who you hump. As long as it's not my chick.
That's fine. But the problem is, there are people, often very powerful people, billionaires, or large groups of hateful bigots who have banded together in our democracy to try and take that right away from you, to take away the right for you to hold your chick's hand in public, to take away from you the right to marry your chick, to take away from you the right to openly profess to being a homosexual. You know? So anyway, there we have it. I forgot who requested this in the comments, but I did it. We covered it. I've now covered Finding Sky, and I look forward to not covering her videos ever again. You know, again, she hasn't uploaded anything in 10 months, so maybe I will be spared that. That being said, folks, if you got anything out of this, hit the like button, subscribe, and leave a comment. Let me know what you think. Do you think Pride is good or not? Let me know the pros and cons in the comments. And also, consider getting involved with your local Dems, your local DSA. We need folks to organize, because guess what? There are still people organizing out there right now to try and take away books about LGBTQ people, movies about LGBTQ people, your legal rights regarding being LGBTQ in the world, and who are seeking to normalize and make easier discriminating against you. So join your local Dems, join your local DSA. If you need help, join our Discord, reach out to Dragonfly for help joining your local Dems, reach out to Gamergy for help joining your local DSA. We need folks to do it. We need folks to like go to the meetings. We need folks to do the work. So join up. We'll help you. We'll help you. You know, taking the first steps can be really difficult. And last but not least, folks, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. Also tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. And it is beautiful, sexy, non-tucking lingerie. Go check it out, ImogeneOlivia.com. Link down in the doobly-doo. And let's keep on going. I want the Jack Please emote. I don't know what that would look like. Whew, baby. How we doing, folks? Also got to turn the alerts back on. There we go. How about modified gays? All gays are good gays. Well, that's not true. Some gays are bad gays. As evidenced by what we just saw. Valkai merch. Is this Forrest Valkai's shop? Or is this completely unrelated to... Nah, it is Forrest Valkai. There he is. I had to fucking follow up him playing Satan on our fundraising stream. I felt quite quite blown out of the water. But you know, I wandered into that anyway. The citation needed is some good stuff though. Tee. I was canvassing today. What did chat say about your hair? Chat has been extremely complimentary about my hair. Guys, my partner is so cute. Curled up like a cat. Short hair Jack is hot. Thank you. I'm gonna keep doing my fitness arc, and hopefully, I will get even more svelte and you know, able to pull off the short hair even harder. It is really fun to have like this. Kiss her then? Oh, I can do that. I can do that. Operation Smooch was a success. I am, however, going to be done. I wanted to cover a lot more segments today. We'll have to get to some of those tomorrow. But luckily I have them all prepped, so maybe I'll be able to start a bit sooner in the evening tomorrow. Fade to black like in D&D. Ooh. Partner smooched, indeed. Yeah, I'm finishing up. I could even make us some ramen. You want it? All right. Good night, folks. I will see you all tomorrow. Bye. Do.